Chapter 64. When the early morning bells and drums once again converged into an extraordinarily lively piece of music, the Shiowen workshop welcomed the morning sun of a new day. Today, the commoners in the workshop were not in a hurry to go out on the streets, because the atmosphere in the workshop was a little strange. A few officials from the Luoyang prefectural yamen stood at the entrance of the workshop, and a few burly men in official robes and sabers constantly walked in and out. Today was an even day, so there was no need to attend court. However, those officials who had always lived in this workshop, and the commoners rarely saw their faces in 10 years, had all woken up early. One by one, they walked out with grim expressions, and all walked towards Yang Longzhong's house. Even the usually frivolous Marquis Wus were neatly dressed today, with sabers at their waist. They patrolled the streets with solemn expressions, neither whispering to each other, nor glancing left and right. Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong and Ministry of Justice Adjunct Xiao Junyu hurriedly walked through the main door of Yang Longzhong's house, their expressions extremely grave. Basho Su Mohan stood on the steps of his house, shouting at the workers he had summoned early in the morning, who were all listlessly yawning. "Don't speak! Be quiet and listen to me." Su Fangzheng raised his voice and said, "Last night, a thief snuck into Yang Longzhong's house and beat Yang Longzhong until he was crippled. Lawless. Truly lawless. The imperial court is furious, and has ordered a strict investigation of the culprit. Yang Longzhong is a member of our Shiowen workshop, so we have to be even more spirited and work hard. Ho Lizi, if you speak again, see if I don't slap you." Su Fangzheng took out a ladle from the large vat, scooped up half a ladle of cold water, and gulped it down in one gulp. He threw the ladle away and once again stood on the steps. With his hands on his hips, he said, "Listen up, I will now take you to Marquis Wu's shop. Under the lead of Marquis Wu's, you will be interrogated according to the areas you are usually in charge of, one by one." The so-called interrogation was simply a formality, and the effects of the investigation could be imagined. Actually, everyone knew that Marquis Wu and the workshop attendants could not be counted on. But since something had happened, all parties had to show that they cared, and it was just a matter of appearance. Bad Luck and Hua Minglei of the Shiowen workshop waited for Su Fangzheng to arrive. They assigned some tasks to Marquis Wu and the workshop workers, telling them to go about their own business. Just as these people were sent out in a hubbub, an official came to the door and told them to immediately see Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong. At this moment, young Master Tang was at Yang Mingxing's residence. Hua Minglei and Su Mohan rushed to Yang Mingxing's residence and saw many officials going in and out of the residence. There were also many officials dressed in official uniforms or casual clothes. The two of them were led to a study by the third steward of Yang residence. Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong was there, and so was Xiao Junyu from the Ministry of Justice. The reason why Tang Zong had called them here was because of a matter. Before the criminal left, he had arrogantly declared that he would come to take Yang Longzhong's life. Since he had said so, the authorities could not ignore it. But when he would come, who could say? Although the imperial court attached great importance to Yang Longzhong's case, and the Assistant Minister of Justice, Zhou Xing, had even personally investigated the case, no one could transfer a large number of officials to Yang Longzhong's residence and make it their home for the long term. Luoyang Prefecture could not transfer that many officials, so they might have to use Marquis Wu and the workshop workers. Tang Zong explained the situation to Hua Minglei and Su Mohan, asking them to each send 10 Marquis Wu and 20 workshop workers to the Yang residence to help keep watch. Naturally, the two of them did not dare to refuse, and when they returned, they discussed who to send to the Yang residence. Guarding the residence was a tough job, and although there was money to be earned, those Marquis Wu were not willing to do it. Moreover, they heard that Yang Longzhong had been blinded, so who would be willing to risk their lives in the Yang residence when the criminal was so ruthless? So they tried all sorts of excuses, and for a while, this one had a headache, that one had an itchy butt, and all sorts of other problems came up. Huaminglei was so angry that his teeth hurt, and he forcefully sent a few weak and obedient Marquis Wu. When he saw that the quota was still not enough, he took the list of the remaining people and carefully considered who had a distant relationship with him, who had a close relationship with him, and who had some family background. After weighing the pros and cons, he carefully chose. On Su Fangxing's side, it was even more of a headache. He knew all the information on the 100 or so workshop workers, and in terms of background, these workshop workers did not have any powerful backgrounds, but there were always some who were related to him, and some who had always been filial to him. If he did not take care of them now, when would he do it? He squinted his eyes, and was calculating who he could send, when Ma Qiao and Yang Fan walked in with their shoulders swaying. Ma Qiao raised his voice and said, "Basho, the two of us have turned the 7th and 8th songs upside down, and there is nothing unusual." Su Fangxing smiled, and his smile was like a blessing from the heavens. He said, "Ah, since you've searched it, then there's no need to care about it anymore. Epsilon Majoris, Beta Persei, the two of you, quickly go home and pack. In a while, go to the Yang Longzhong Fu to report. In the future, you will only be on night duty at the Yang Fu, and do not need to pay attention to the matters of the workshop." Yang Fan was stunned when he heard this. This was not what he had planned, but this accident seemed to be developing in a better direction. When the Empress Dowager heard that the vicious and stubborn person had entered the Fu to commit murder, she was very angry. Assistant Minister Zhou has already received verbal orders from the Empress Dowager, and has ordered the department to investigate this case. I believe that the heavens have a long reach, and the culprit will definitely be brought to justice. Brother Yang, do not worry. Brother Yang has just applied medicine, please rest well. We will bid farewell now, and we will visit another day. Everyone, take care. Yang Mingxing raised his hands in a hoarse voice as he sent them off. His entire head was wrapped in white cloth, and there were only slits left for his nostrils and mouth to allow him to breathe, eat, and take medicine. He looked like a stiff mummy. His upper body had already been undressed, because the boiling water had burned the skin of his upper body until it was festering in many places. In this era, if a wound became infected, it would inevitably be life-threatening. So after applying medicine, he was also securely tied up with white cloth. As a result, his movements became extremely stiff. His arms could not bend, and he needed other people's help to sit or lie down. Even though Yang Mingxing did not have a close relationship with his colleagues, they were colleagues. Seeing him tortured to such a state by the criminal, the officials couldn't help but sigh. Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong and Councillor Qiao Junyu of the Ministry of Justice stood up to send the guests off on behalf of Yang Mingxing, and accompanied the visiting officials out. There was a burst of chaotic footsteps in the room, and then it gradually quieted down. Yang Mingxing listened attentively. Feeling that everyone had left, he touched the bed with his hands and called out, "Mu Dinger, Mu Dinger. Alang, I'm here." The little attendant Mu Dinger, who was waiting at the door, hurried over and held his hand. Yang Mingxing listened attentively and asked, "Have all the officials left?" "Yes, Alang, they have all gone out. Tang Zong and Qiao Junjun have sent them off on behalf of Alang." Yang Mingxing sighed and asked worriedly, "In the room, are you the only one here now?" Mu Dinger was confused by Yang Mingxing's strange behavior and replied, "Yes, only I am here. If Alang wants to see someone, I will go and call him." No, it's good that you are here, it's good that you are here." Yang Mingxing's fingers were also bound by bandages, so he couldn't bend them and grab Mu Dinger's hand. In a moment of desperation, he used both hands to clamp Mu Dinger's arm. Because of the pain, he didn't dare to use too much force. Mu Dinger saw him like this, but he didn't dare to pull his hand out. Yang Mingxing struggled to breathe for a while, then lowered his voice and said, Mu Dinger, go out, go to the right function guard, see Middle Minister General Kai Dongqing, and tell him everything about me. Tell him that I want to see him, just say, Tao Yuan evil ghost, revenge. He will definitely come, remember, don't tell anyone else. The function guard was the Thousand Ox Guard. The Thousand Ox Guard was named after the Thousand Ox Saber. The Thousand Ox Saber was sharp enough to cut 1,000 oxen. The Thousand Ox Guard wielded the Thousand Ox Saber and was the Emperor's bodyguard. In the 5th year of Tang Gaozong's reign, the left and right Thousand Ox Guards were renamed the Left and Right Thousand Ox Guards, and in the 2nd year of Longxua, they were renamed the Left and Right Function Guard. The Function Guard consisted of 1 great general, 2 middle minister generals, 12,000 ox guards, 100 reserve soldiers, and 150 main soldiers. All of them were high-ranking imperial guards with outstanding skills. Yang Mingxing was now blind and had become a complete cripple. His future as an official had been destroyed in a day, and he had suffered a mental blow. But once he calmed down, he immediately ordered his personal attendant to find this person. What did this person have to do with him? Mu Dinger nodded repeatedly and said, "Ah Lang, I understand. I will wait for a while." Go immediately." "Yes, I will go now." Mu Dinger hurriedly agreed and turned to leave the room. Yang Mingxing sat on the couch and sat silently for a long time. From his black hole-like mouth, there was a strange hee-hee laughter. It sounded like he was laughing, but also like he was crying. He did it on purpose. I know, he did it on purpose. He purposely let me go. He purposely destroyed my future. He was not willing to kill me, he wanted to use me as bait, to catch a big fish for him, ha 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 ha. Yang Mingxing's mouth made a series of whimpering sounds, as if he was crying, but the place where his eyes should have been was covered with a white cloth, not a single tear flowed down. Chapter 65. Yang Fan, with his whistle stick in his hand, mingled with a group of unwilling, miserable, and unlucky fellows. He also had a bitter expression on his face as he swaggered into Yang Longzhong's house. From afar, they looked like a group of slow-witted penguins walking back and forth on the beach. Yang Fan pretended to be bitter, but in his heart, he was laughing so hard that his belly was about to burst. He had devised several follow-up plans for the pursuit of the criminal, but he had never imagined that he would actually be sent to Yang Longzhong's mansion to help the Yang family catch the thief at night. The officials of the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang Prefecture carried their padeos, and with grim expressions, they hurriedly paced back and forth in Yang Longzhong's mansion. Both open and hidden sentries were being arranged everywhere. Yang Fan and his group were brought to the busy Luoyang Prefecture Commandant, Tang Zong. Looking at the whistle sticks in the hands of the workers, Tang Zong frowned and ordered, "Give them the padeos." When a few officials appeared with padeos in their hands, the workers holding whistles immediately became restless. These brave and ruthless youths usually only had a whistling stick as their weapon. Although they were unwilling to work in the Yang residence, when they saw the fine workmanship and sharp padeos, they couldn't help but feel a little excited at the sight of them. One by one, the padeos were handed to them. Yang Fan gripped the padeos in his hands tightly, and carefully examined the sharp edge of the blade. His finger lightly touched it, and along the curved blood groove, he lightly drew a line upwards. The cold gleam of the blade was like a mirror, reflecting his gaze, and it was as sharp as the blade. Yang Fan blinked, and restrained the sharpness in his eyes. Beside his ear, a rough voice loudly berated, "Take it! With a knife in your hand, do you think you're the young hero of Chang'an? Bah! How can we rely on a group of trash like you to catch this kind of high-flying thief? What the Xiaofu wants is your pair of eyes and your mouth. When you see a thief, you shout, understand?" The scolding stopped, but saliva was still flying in the air. Yang Fan picked up his sleeve and wiped the saliva off his face. He looked at the burly man with a full beard and asked blankly, "What? Take this." A drumstick was stuffed into Yang Fan's hand, and then a copper gong with a hemp rope tied to it was hung on his thumb. Big Beard curled his lips and shook his head. He walked up to the second shopkeeper and said in a bad mood, "Stupid fool, all of you are like this. Here, take it. For you, this is the thing that can save your life." Yang Fan held a drumstick in one hand and a gong in the other. He looked at the worker on his left who was given a waist drum, while the worker on his right was holding a bamboo whistle in a daze. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. After the weapons and equipment were distributed, they were brought to a place to rest. Although they were on night duty, it was impossible for a group of people to stay up all night. If 2 shifts were to rotate, they would need a place to rest. The Yang mansion originally had guest rooms, but there were only a few of them, and they had already been occupied by the few officials who stayed in the Yang mansion. The rest of the officials could occupy any room they wanted. When this batch of Marquis Wu and the shopkeepers were assigned, they had to be arranged according to their status. Finally, when it was Yang Fan and Ma Chiao's turn, they were assigned to a woodshed. There was a broken straw mat on the ground, and they threw down their bedding. This would be their nest from now on. The 2 of them threw down their bedding, and before they could sit down to catch their breath, the officials shouted for them to gather again, saying that it was an errand. Tang Zong stood on the steps with his brows furrowed. He was actually extremely dissatisfied with these sloppy Marquis Wu and the shopkeepers, but the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang Prefecture had limited manpower. Moreover, they didn't know when the murderer would come again, so it was impossible to mobilize a large number of officials from the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang Prefecture to guard Yang Langzhong Mansion. Left with no choice, they could only mobilize the Marquis Wu and the shopkeepers. No matter how stupid these Marquis Wu and the shopkeepers were, they should be smarter than that big black dog, right? When the time came, there would be a sentry every 3 steps, and a sentry every 5 steps. Using the tactic of overwhelming numbers, no matter how capable one was, how would one be able to sneak into Yang Langzhong's sleeping quarters without a sound? Seeing that everyone had gathered at an extremely slow pace, Tang Zong collected his thoughts and gave them a lecture. He explained to them the rules that they should follow in the Yang mansion, and taught them how to react if they discovered the flying burglar, how to hide, and how to sound the alarm. After explaining everything, he began to assign them tasks. Their tasks were similar to what they usually did in the streets, patrolling and keeping watch, but instead of patrolling in the streets, they were patrolling in Yang Mingxing Mansion. The murderer was a flying burglar who could come and go as he pleased, and if they were to really meet him, they might end up as ghosts under his knife. Therefore, being an open sentry was obviously more dangerous than being a secret sentry. Everyone understood this, so when Tang Zong said to arrange a secret sentry, the crowd of Marquis Wu and the shopkeepers swarmed forward and volunteered. Their enthusiasm was breathtaking. An open sentry? An open sentry that roams everywhere? A trace of treachery flashed across Yang Fan's eyes, and then he also joined the ranks of the competitors. Unfortunately, Beta Persei was still a young man, and could not compare to the burly and strong men. When he finally squeezed in front of Tang Zong, he raised his head and saw Luoyang Lieutenant Tang Zong's finger, as thick as a carrot, pointing at his forehead. "Let's start arranging the roaming sentry." In Yang Langzhong's bedroom, the room was filled with the strong smell of medicine. Yang Mingxing sat hugging a blanket and said passionately, "This official is loyal to the imperial court, and I am indebted to the Empress Dowager and His Majesty's trust. Ever since I took charge of the Department of Justice, this official has been fair and strict in enforcing the law, and I abhor evil. All these years, I don't know how many corrupt officials, bandits, and so-called wandering swordsmen have been punished." Qiao Junyu interrupted him and said, "In other words, Lang Zhong does not know who the person who entered the mansion to seek revenge is? Which case did he come for?" Yang Mingxing was silent for a moment and then nodded slightly. He said, "Yes, that person seems to have a great hatred for this official. After restraining this official, he continuously abused and vented his anger. He gritted his teeth and said that this official caused the destruction of his family, but he never said who he was or why he hated this official. Xiao Junyu muttered to herself for a moment before replying, "From what the murderer said to your residence's imperial bodyguard, Xiao Qian, that old man's family has children and grandchildren. This is also consistent with his aged voice. If that's the case, then the person who had been punished by Lang Zhong should be one of this old man's children and grandchildren. The Ministry of Justice has already taken out all the case files that Lang Zhong has handled in these years, and the low-ranking officials are carefully combing through them from beginning to end. The families that have fathers or ancestors and their families were implicated, so they were sentenced to assassinate at the border, will be investigated. Lang Zhong, do not worry. Your case has even disturbed the Empress Dowager, and Assistant Minister Zhou was very angry when he heard the news. The court will definitely find the perpetrator." Yang Mingxing chuckled and raised his stiff arms. He called out Xiao Junyu's courtesy name. "Zi Ping, this one was persecuted by a traitor, and my entire life was ruined by his hands. I will leave the matter of arresting the perpetrator and returning justice to me to you." His words were sincere, but the laughter seemed to be slightly disdainful and strange. Hearing this, Xiao Junyu couldn't help but frown. If this was a normal time, Xiao Junyu would not dare to frown. As an official, Yang Longzhong had always been rigid and upright, serious in speech and manner. The officials of the Ministry of Justice usually did not dare to change their expressions in front of him. But at this time, no matter if you frowned, rolled your eyes, or even made a face at him, he would not see it. Xiao Junyu frowned and stood up. She held on to Yang Longzhong's arms and said in a deep voice, "Lang Zhong, rest well. This one will do his best and not disappoint Lang Zhong." Stepping out of Yang Mingxing's bedroom, Xiao Junyu thought to herself, "Yang Longzhong's words are not entirely true. There seems to be something else going on." Yang Mingxing's official rank was too high. The prison officials that had arrived first did not have the qualification to ask him about the case until Xiao Junyu's group arrived. When Xiao Junyu arrived, the doctors were busy treating Yang Mingxing and giving him medicine. When the doctors finished, officials who had heard the news came to the Fu to inquire, causing the matter to be delayed. In the end, he did not obtain anything useful from Yang Mingxing. Based on his many years of experience in handling cases, and the fact that Yang Mingxing had undergone a great change and could not be as calm and serious as usual, he could vaguely see some clues. "I fear that Yang Longzhong is hiding something," Xiao Junyu thought. "I'll just do as Yang Longzhong said and report the truth to Assistant Minister Zhou Xing. I definitely cannot speak of this suspicion. With Assistant Minister Zhou's intelligence, he will definitely detect it. If he wants to, he will come and ask Yang Longzhong. As an official, one should not tread in waters that one does not know the depth of. Curiosity can kill people." Chapter 66. Beta Persei, take this pot of tea to the West Wing. Beta Persei, take the 4 bedding sheets that have just been moved out from the storeroom to the side courtyard to dry and get rid of the mold. Beta Persei, take these 2 lunches to the rear residence. These are the lunch for a few officials from the Ministry of Justice. Yang Fan busied himself around the Lang Zhong's residence, successfully changing from a patrolling sentry to a moving errand boy. The reason was simple: he was a good subordinate. The bailiffs from the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang Prefecture would definitely not personally do this kind of work. If they really wanted to catch the robbers, they would have to rely on them. These bailiffs lived on the edge of a knife, so how could they do some lowly work? The Marquis Wu, who had been transferred to the Lang Zhong's residence, had a lower status than them, but they felt that they were nobler than the workers. Naturally, they were not willing to do anything. As for the workers, everyone was ranked according to seniority. The big fish ate the small fish ate the shrimps ate the worms, and the worms ate the mud. In the end, Yang Fan, the young and inexperienced mud, became the errand boy. Of course, this was not without Yang Fan's active cooperation. This identity made it easier for him to understand the situation in the Yang residence. Xiao Fan, where are you going? An old man in his 50s walked towards them. He wore a green robe with a round neck and a green handkerchief. Behind him was a strong man with a saber. Yang Fan raised his head and saw that it was the head steward of the Langzhong's residence, Lu Hen, and the saber-wielding warrior behind him was Ma Qiao. Yang Fan held the lunches and stood still. He first greeted Steward Lu politely, then smiled at Ma Qiao and said, Marquis Wu told me to take some food to the officials from the Ministry of Justice. Ma Qiao said unhappily, those bastards are ordering you to do things again. Xiao Fan, don't be too honest. Kind people get bullied. Why? Yang Fan said with a smile, hey, it's not a big deal. I'm young, so it's not a big deal for me to walk a few more steps. Steward Lu nodded his head in satisfaction and praised. Young man, you're not bad. Yang Fan smiled shyly at him, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her cheek. Thank you for your compliment. I'll go now. All right, go ahead. It will be lunch soon. Come to the 5 Apricot Pavilion and have lunch with me. Yang Fan quickly bowed and said, Manager Xie, I'll be there in a moment. Yang Fan bowed to Steward Lu and nodded to Ma Qiao, indicating that he understood the situation. Then, he walked past them. Steward Lu narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yang Fan's back. He nodded his head approvingly and said, This child is really not bad. He has a good temper, is handsome, and is diligent and capable. He's not like other youngsters with bad habits. Hearing Steward Lu praising his brother, Ma Qiao said proudly, I won't hide it from Steward Lu. In our workshop, most of the workers are sneaky and ruffian scoundrels. However, this Beta Persei is an exception. He moved here from the countryside and lives here alone. Yet, he's not infected with bad habit. Usually, he's doted on by the elders in the workshop. Steward Lu, if there's a suitable daughter in your family, haha, Xiao Fan will definitely be a good husband. It turned out that because of Tin Ano's elopement, this Ma Qiao couldn't wait to promote Yang Fan to others as soon as he had the chance. Steward Lu smiled. He's a good child. Unfortunately, he's a bad person, and has no parents or brothers to help him. I do have a little granddaughter, but if she marries this kind of person, won't she be poor as well? Steward Lu shook his head and sighed regretfully. He turned around and walked forward. Because there were many guards placed everywhere in the residence, Langzhong's residence had long broken the separation between the inner and outer residences. At this time, the wives of the family did not avoid guests. The barrier between men and women was not as serious as it was in later generations, so breaking the separation between the inner and outer residences was not a big deal. Compared to the front hall, the Yang family's rear residence had a much richer atmosphere of life. There was a small pavilion here, a clump of flowers and trees there, a winding corridor with a pond and emerald rockery. It appeared exceptionally elegant. Beside the pond, there was a small pavilion with 5 corners. Several officials of the Ministry of Justice were resting in the pavilion. Some of them were sitting with their legs crossed and boasting about their heroic deeds in arresting criminals and robbers. Some of them were looking around, and as long as they saw a servant girl's robe flutter through the rockery and wisteria, they would raise their eyebrows and give a frivolous whistle. Yang Fan carried the lunch box and hurried into the pavilion. Placing the box on the table, he smiled and said, "Officials, it's time for lunch." Those who had been talking and looking around all gathered around. When they opened the lunch box, the food was piping hot and the aroma assailed their nostrils, stirring their appetites. Although it was impossible to cook a few dishes and get a pot of wine for them, the food prepared for the officials of the Ministry of Justice was clearly of a higher grade than the food prepared for Marquis Wu and the workers. A minister of justice with a long, thin face and a green mark on his cheek rolled up a steamed cake with meat filling in his hand. He glanced at Yang Fan and curiously asked, Why are all the servants in your mansion equipped with knives? Yang Fan was vigilantly scanning the surroundings of the rear garden. Hearing the inquiry, he hurriedly smiled at the official and said, "You misunderstand. I am a worker of the Xiaowen workshop. I was transferred to the Langzhong's residence to help guard the residence." Pfft! The man couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of pie on the ground. He laughed and said, "I was wondering why the front yard was so noisy. So it turns out that people like you have been transferred here. What can people like you do?" His expression was full of disdain, but Yang Fan didn't seem to care. He still had a faint smile on his face and replied humbly, "If we are talking about catching thieves and arresting criminals, we, the workers, naturally can't compare to the officials. However, we can still do small things like night patrols and call for people." The official curled his lips in disdain and looked Yang Fan up and down. He said, "Fine, come over and spar with me, Wang Wolyu. Let me see just how capable you are." Yang Fan was shocked and hurriedly waved his hand. "How can I do that? You are an official of the Ministry of Justice. How can a mere worker compare to you?" Wang Wolyu snorted and said, "It would be strange if you could. Come. I only have one hand, so I'm just trying." As Wang Wolyu said this, his right hand was still holding the pie. He took a big bite and the meat juices flowed down the corner of his mouth. He only raised his left hand and walked towards Yang Fan step by step. Yang Fan retreated and said, "Officials, please stop. This is Langzhong's manor. How can we use force?" The other patrolmen of the Ministry of Justice saw this and started to jeer. "Why can't we spar? You little brat, you are a man. How can you be so spineless?" Someone laughed and said, "I see that he is so handsome and his eyes are gentle. He looks like a woman." Someone else said, "Ha ha, now that I mention it, I also think so. Most of the women in our Tang dynasty are fierce and bold. Look at him. Not only does he look like a woman, he looks like a docile and obedient Korean woman. Hey, I say, why don't you learn a dance from a Korean woman or walk a few steps like a woman and shake her butt? Then there's no need to compete." Ha ha. The officials of the Ministry of Justice laughed impudently. If this was any other time, they would not dare to be so impudent in Yang Langzhong's manner. But now was different. Yang Langzhong's face was so hot that it was scarier than a ghost. Both of his eyes were said to have been scalded blind. His career as an official had come to an end. This kind of "the tea cools when the person leaves" reaction was the first to show. No subtlety. On the other hand, officials, even if they no longer needed you, would not be so quick to act like the tea cools when the person leaves. At the very least, their enthusiasm on the surface would not diminish. All right, then let's compete. Yang Fan had the image of a young man who cared about his face. After being ridiculed, his face turned red. He gathered his courage and forced himself to emphasize, "You said before, only use your left hand." Wang Wolyu nodded and laughed. "That's right. I only use my left hand and not my right. Ha ha, come. As he said this, he pretended to take a bite of the steamed pie with contempt. "Yeah." Yang Fan used the black tiger steals the heart to strike Wang Wolyu's chest. From the looks of it, he had a bit of a kung fu stance. He must have trained with an amateur boxer for 3 to 5 days. His fist had just reached a foot in front of Wang Wolyu when the motionless Wang Wolyu's body suddenly exploded. He took a step forward and leaned to the side. His palm struck toward Yang Fan's chest. Yang Fan's black tiger steals the heart was full of openings. He was hit by Wang Wolyu's palm and was forced back 3 steps. Yang Fan had not yet stabilized his footing when Wang Wolyu shot forward like an arrow. His right foot stuck between Yang Fan's legs and his left hand grabbed the front of Yang Fan's clothes. He twisted his left elbow and raised it with all his strength. He shouted, "Go!" Yang Fan's arms and legs flailed as he fell into the pond. With a bang, water splashed everywhere. The officials inside and outside the pavilion burst into laughter. What a good-for-nothing! This kind of trash can only be used as a decoration. Wang Wulyu took a bite of the steamed biscuit and proudly walked back to the pavilion. Yang Fan did not dare to climb ashore, so he swam to the other side of the pond. Unexpectedly, he used the posture of a dog paddle. The officials from the Ministry of Justice saw this and laughed even harder. Yang Fan used both his hands and feet to swim to the other side of the pond. He grabbed a rock and was about to climb up when he suddenly heard a clear and melodious child's voice. "Why did they throw you into the water?" Yang Fan raised his head and saw a pair of silk children's shoes on the rock, a pair of white cloth socks and a child's skirt embroidered with beads. Because that person was squatting on the rock garden, one could vaguely see a pair of striped trousers underneath her skirt. Raising her head to look up, she saw a green silk embroidered shirt with small sleeves, with a clip-on collar against a pretty little face. Her hair was combed into 2 buns with the tips of her hair. It was a little girl with pink and jade-like makeup. This little girl was about 6 or 7 years old. She looked at him curiously with a pair of lacquered eyes. Because the place where the girl was standing was covered with jagged rocks, it blocked the view from the direction of the pavilion. Therefore, it was not easy to see her from the pavilion. "Oh, they were playing with me," Yang Fan answered randomly. He wiped the water off his face and rushed up the rock. The little girl squatted and moved back to make room for him. She wrinkled her nose and said, "You're lying. They were obviously bullying you." Yang Fan laughed and squatted on the rock, wringing the water off his clothes. He turned his head and asked, "Little girl, who are you?" The little girl said quietly, "This is my home. Who do you think I am?" Chapter 67. Oh, Yang Longzhong's daughter? Yang Fan took a few glances at her. She had a small face that was as clear as a duck's egg. Her eyebrows were delicate, and her eyes were like dots of paint. This was a very beautiful and adorable girl. Thinking of Yang Mingxing's concave eyes and aquiline nose, which seemed to carry some Hu blood, Yang Fan couldn't help but think, "I'm afraid those aunties' conjectures are not groundless. This little girl's appearance is really different from her father's." Yang Fan wrung the water off his clothes and asked, "Then what are you doing here?" The little girl said, "Grandpa spoken. Father was injured by bad people. I want to go see him, but Grandpa won't let me into his room. I'm very unhappy." Yang Fan comforted her, "Maybe your father is afraid that his appearance will scare you." The little girl silently shook her head. She was so young, but her face was unexpectedly sad. "Grandpa has not treated me well. He has not treated me well since I was young. Mother went to see him, but Grandpa also won't let her in. Actually, I rarely saw Grandpa since I was young. He was always busy with his own things, holding a pile of thick books and reading them with great interest." The little girl pursed her lips and suddenly lowered her voice, saying mysteriously, "I heard people say that I'm not Grandpa's biological daughter." Yang Fan was stunned. He didn't know how to answer her. The little girl looked at him and sighed softly. Bored to death, she propped up her chin. Her pink cheeks were propped up by her small hands, making her look charmingly naive. "Everyone is like this. They talk about you behind your back, but when you really want to ask them, they all laugh and don't want to say anything." Yang Fan looked at this girl who didn't seem very mature. Compared to her age, she seemed to be too mature. He asked softly, "Your father has not treated you well, and other people say that you are not your father's biological daughter. Now that he is injured, are you worried about him? Will you hate the person who hurt him?" "Of course." The little girl's eyes flickered. She answered seriously, "Whether Grandpa is my biological father or not, I was raised by him. If I don't worry about him, who should I worry about? The bad guy harmed Grandpa, so of course I have to hate that big bad guy." Yang Fan was silent for a moment, then he nodded heavily and said, "Yes, even if I didn't give birth to her, I still have the grace of raising her. As a person, kindness must be repaid. The grudge must be repaid." And the little girl nodded her head vigorously and smiled sweetly at him. Although your ability isn't that great, your words are very correct. I'm Yang Xuelian, and you? Yang Fan smiled and replied softly, My surname is Yang, my name is Yang Fan. When Yang Fan returned to the 5-plum pavilion in the front residence, Ma Qiao was placing the dishes on the table. He was quite good at handling affairs. He coaxed Steward Lu to be happy and accompanied him to work. The work was easy and the food was better than the other workers. Seeing Yang Fan's drenched appearance, Ma Qiao hurried over and asked in surprise, How long has it been? How did you end up like this? Yang Fan sighed and said, Alas! When I went to the back residence to deliver food, those officials from the Ministry of Justice saw that I was carrying a saber and insisted on competing with me in martial arts. As he said this, he took the padao from his waist and pulled it out of the scabbard. With a splash, a puddle of clear water appeared under his feet. Steward Lu was holding a pair of chopsticks and was about to pick some food when he heard this. He slammed his chopsticks on the table and said angrily, Humph! These villains know that my Lang's power is gone, that's why they dare to be so presumptuous. They actually caused such trouble in my Yang residence. If it wasn't for Lang needing to recuperate now, this old man would definitely. He paused and looked at Yang Fan, then sighed and said, Child, you're too honest. It's good that you don't cause trouble, but you can't let others bully you. Yang Fan smiled shyly and even scratched his head at the right time, looking like a charmingly naive country boy. Steward Lu glared at him resentfully and said, Child, you really make people distressed and angry at the same time. It's already late autumn and you're dripping wet like this, won't you catch a cold? Did you bring a change of clothes? Go change before you eat. Yang Fan said, This little one is young and strong, it won't be a problem. But Ma Qiao knew very well that he did not bring a change of clothes, so he said, Let's go, I just happened to bring a change of clothes. Let's go back and change. Ma Qiao pulled Yang Fan back to the woodshed and took out his own change of clothes for him to change into. Although it was a little fat, it was still a good fit. When the two returned to 5-plum pavilion, Steward Lu was almost full. Seeing them return, he said, Sit down and eat, it's going to get cold. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao thanked him and sat down on both sides of the table. Just as they picked up their chopsticks, a servant rushed in and reported, Steward Lu, General Kai Dongqing of the Right Imperial Guard, has come to visit Lang. Steward Lu, who had just finished eating, hurriedly put down his chopsticks and stood up, saying, I'll go welcome him, quickly inform Lang. Steward Lu hurriedly wiped his hands, got up and walked out, muttering to himself, Strange. There aren't any generals among the officials Lang usually has dealings with, but this general came as soon as he heard the news. It seems he is very familiar with Lang. Yang Fan's ears twitched slightly as he heard every single word that Steward Lu said. After a while, Steward Lu came back, smiling from ear to ear as he led a guest. Ma Qiao and Yang Fan were sitting in 5-plum pavilion eating. This pavilion had no windows and was transparent on all sides, so they could clearly see the situation on the road. Both of them looked curiously at the general. Although they lived in Luoyang, it was the first time they saw such a high-ranking official. Steward Lu bowed slightly as he led the general under the shade of the trees. There were 2 rows of elm trees, stretching from the main hall to the front door. The 2 rows were perfectly straight, and in the middle there was a neat pavement paved with stone slabs. The shade was dense, and sunlight shone through the trees onto the pavement. Because of the gentle breeze, the branches danced in the air, casting shadows all over the ground. Yang Fan looked over, his gaze moving from bottom to top. The first thing that came into view was a thin-soled battle boot made of yellow ox hide. As the battle boot stepped on, a leaf that had not yet fallen to the ground was stepped on by him. When the boot was lifted again, the leaf had already been crushed into pieces. The battle boot was lifted and then put down again, creating a rhythmic sense of power. Yang Fan's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. His gaze continued to move up, quickly sweeping past the thick and sturdy body, landing directly on his face. This was a burly man with a red face, wearing a military officer's robe of the Fengtian Guards. His helmet was tucked under his ribs, his hair tied up, facing upwards from his forehead. His black hair tightly clung to his face, giving him a dignified aura without being angry. Steward Liu bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation to the tall and sturdy man. The man turned slightly and stepped onto the road to the back of the residence. As he turned, under his thick, black eyebrows, two sharp eyes swept across the pavilion. His gaze swept past Yang Fan and Ma Qiao without pausing for a moment. In the eyes of this lieutenant general of the Fengtian Guard, there was no difference between Yang Fan and Ma Qiao sitting in the 5-plum pavilion and the stone tables, stone benches, pavilion pillars, and bonsai that he had swept past. When he turned to the back of the house, one could clearly see that the robe on his chest was stretched taut by his bulging muscles. When he swung his arm, the rivets on the leather wrist guards on his sleeves glowed with golden light under the sunlight. Ha! Such power! Ma Qiao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Such a strong killing intent. Yang Fan silently added in his heart. All the guests that came to the lieutenant general's residence were people he suspected, especially the generals. What Steward Liu had said to himself earlier had already revealed a lot of information. In these years, the officials that Yang Mingxing had befriended were mostly civil officials. There were very few generals who interacted with him. This Lieutenant General Kai had never even paid a visit. But right after something had happened to Yang Mingxing, he had come. Although he was the Lieutenant General of the Fengtian Guard and not the Languo Army, who knew if the Lieutenant General of the Fengtian Guard today was the first officer of the Languo Army in the past? Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Clang, 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 the footsteps were sonorous. There were 4 other generals following behind Lieutenant General Kai. When Kai Dongqing turned to the corridor in the back of the residence, they happened to be walking side by side. These were 4 soldiers with 1,000 oxen. The Fengtian Guard had a total of 12,000 oxen. They were also high-ranking military officials, and they were 4 of them. The 4 people walked side by side. The one on the left had a sharp chin and a leopard's face, a stocky back and a bear's waist. The second had the arms of an ape and a long body, like an agile leopard. The third had a sharp chin and a protruding forehead, with slightly sunken cheek. He looked lean, but his sword-like eyebrows slanted to his temples gave him a heroic air. The 4th person was slightly fatter than the other 3, but he didn't give off the slightest feeling of being bloated or slow. What was even more surprising was that when these 4 people raised their hands and moved their feet, they seemed to be one person. Looking at it from any angle, it was as if there were 3 shadows of one person. It was to the extent that every time their eyes moved, they would accurately land on the same spot. Since they were in the ranks, perhaps they had put in a lot of hard work to practice formations, but what they were displaying now was not just orderly rank. Moreover, in this place, they didn't need to deliberately be orderly. Each of them was walking their own path and didn't deliberately coordinate with others. But no matter how they walked, no matter how fast or slow their steps were, they were like one person. It was to the extent that when they followed the path to the back of the residence, the people in the inner circle slowed down their steps, narrowed the distance between them, while the people in the outer circle took bigger steps and increased their speed. It was all so natural, without a trace of deliberate. It was like a meat screen or perhaps an iron wall. If any one of them were taken out individually, they wouldn't be as awe-inspiring as Lieutenant General Kai Dongqing. But when the 4 of them walked together, even Kai Dongqing seemed to be inferior to them. This kind of seamless unity gave people a feeling that there was no way to attack. Yang Fan thought to himself, these 4 people must have known each other for many years and are skilled in joint attacks. Chapter 68. Anyone who appeared in the Yang mansion was Yang Fan's imaginary enemy, not to mention these suspicious soldiers. As soon as he discovered that they could pose a threat to him, Yang Fan instinctively wanted to know their background, strengths, and weaknesses. Relying on his good relations with others, Yang Fan quickly found out the identity of these people from Steward Lu's mouth. The Minister General of the Imperial Guard, Kai Dongqing. The 4 iron-walled soldiers were Kai Dongqing's 4 great generals, Lu Kuei, Xin Jiahui, Wu Xiaodong, and Huang Qilin. They were his most important subordinates in the Right Imperial Guard. In Yang Mingxing's bedroom, Kai Dongqing was kneeling in front of the bed, his back straight, giving people the feeling that he was a javelin. Kai Dongqing stared at Yang Mingxing, whose facial features were difficult to distinguish, and said in a low voice, "You mean, this person is the fish that escaped the net from Xiaozhou's Peach Blossom Village in Lingnan?" "Yes." Kai Dongqing's eyes slowly lowered, and he said thoughtfully, "In that small village, there were altogether 11 families with the surnames Helan, Xiahou, Yang, Shin, Li, Zhao, Wang, Qiu, Fang, Feng, and Han. Most of them were scholars, and I have never heard of any martial arts experts among them. If they had such high level of ability, why didn't they make any moves back then?" Yang Mingxing said gloomily, "At that time, no one went to exterminate their entire family. Why would they make any moves?" Kai Dongqing's brows furrowed slightly. Even though they had a common secret because of the major case they had worked together in the past, and also relied on this secret, their official careers had been smooth sailing. Now, Yang Mingxing had become an influential figure in the Ministry of Justice's Judicial Division, and he had even been promoted to the Right Imperial Guard commander, but he and Yang Mingxing really didn't have much contact. Scholars and martial artists were like water and oil, there were really not many who could mix together. What he remembered was Yang Mingxing's temperament in the past. He didn't know if Yang Mingxing's temper had grown over the years, or if it was because of his disability that his temperament had changed so much. In short, listening to him speak made people feel uncomfortable. But looking at Yang Mingxing's inhuman and ghostly appearance, Kai Dongqing didn't want to bicker with him anymore. Kai Dongqing carefully thought for a moment, then said, "It's really impossible to find out the other party's identity just by relying on an aged voice. There's only a glimmer of hope if we can confirm the other party's identity." Yang Mingxing said, "These 11 families were banished to Lingnan, along with their families, troops, and servants. They lived on the mountain for more than 10 years, growing old, getting sick and dying. We don't know how many of them survived. The only thing I can be sure of is that this person is no longer young. At that time, he was at least middle-aged." Kai Dongqing said coldly, "This clue is as good as none. Perhaps, the key to finding out his identity is, why did he only come to us now?" Yang Mingxing said, "Maybe he just found out about us." Kai Dongqing sneered, "Find out? How? How can he find out about us?" Yang Mingxing sat quietly, not saying a word. Kai Dongqing looked at the face that was completely wrapped in white cloth. Suddenly he thought of something and his face changed color. After half a day, he laughed and said, "Yang Langzhong, don't tell me you are suspecting that person? That's impossible. How could it be? If that person wanted to kill us, he only needs to move his mind and will be turned into ashes and smoke. Why would he need to go through all this trouble?" Kai Dongqing's expression was very uneasy. His aura was like an invincible sharp sword, no one can touch its edge. But right now he was unusually frightened. So much so that when he asked Yang Mingxing, without waiting for his reply, he hastily rejected this possibility. His heart was extremely uneasy. Yang Mingxing slowly said, "What are you thinking? Of course I won't suspect that person. If it was an assassin sent by that person, the assassin could have just killed me. Why would he need to torture me like this?" Kai Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that as long as it was not that person, he no longer had any fear. That invincible sharp aura once again shone. "Then what are you thinking?" Yang Mingxing said, "I'm thinking he should be watching me right now. He's hiding somewhere very close to me, watching everyone who approaches me." As Yang Mingxing said this, He turned his head to look left and right, even though he could not see anything. Perhaps, to find out the key to him, we don't need any clues at all. We just need to sit here and quietly wait for him. He will definitely come again. Kai Dongqing frowned at first, then he suddenly understood. He suddenly stood up, surprised and angry. You mean, he deliberately let you go? He thought you were bait to lure me out? As for you, you did as he wished and brought me here? Don't be noisy. Yang Mingxing slightly tilted his head, as if he was listening to something. After a moment of silence, he straightened his posture and said to Kai Dongqing, General Kai, I, Yang, am not a person without responsibility. I did not reveal your identity to him. When I thought I would definitely die, he did not kill me. But if he wanted to kill me, it would be very easy. I thought for a long time before I understood. He wanted to use me as bait to find other enemies. My life is obviously not enough to offset his hatred. Haha, Yang is now a cripple. I don't want to think about anything else. My only wish is to kill him, so... He slowly raised his head, his pitch-black nostrils like eyes staring at Kai Dongqing. He fervently roared, Lure him to kill you, you kill him. At night, Yang Longzhong's residence was very peaceful. At least, on the surface, it seemed very peaceful. From this, one could see the vastness of the minister's residence. There were so many servants, guards, and Marquis Wu, as well as patrolmen. Although they had to take 3 shifts a day, so only a third of them were active at night. When they spread out, it still looked the same as usual. It was still quiet and spacious, as if it had to be such a spacious residence. It was foggy at night, and the autumn mist curled up in spirals, so the patrolling guards were even more cautious. They were afraid that the audacious assassin who dared to assassinate the disciplinary officer would suddenly appear out of the night fog and stab them with his blade. Therefore, their steps were very careful, their backs slightly bent, and they cautiously looked around, paying attention to any movement. Yang Fan, like the other night patrolman, walked cautiously, a saber at his waist and a gong in his hand. His steps were as light as a cat's, afraid that someone would hear him. Shoo! Shoo shoo! Yang Fan followed the sound and saw Ma Qiao, wearing a straw hat woven from tree branches, poking his head out from behind a clump of flowers and grass and waving at him. Yang Fan walked over. Ma Qiao whispered, Don't keep wandering around like that. Be careful if you really run into that fiend. Just deal with him casually. When there's no one around, slack off and find a place to dawdle. Yang Fan's heart warmed. He nodded and said, I know. You should be careful too. I know, someone's coming. Ma Qiao answered and squatted down with a whoosh. Yang Fan turned to walk down the road. 2 officials from the Ministry of Justice were walking side by side. They seemed to be walking casually, but their eyes were sweeping around, taking in everything in their surroundings. Their hands were tightly gripping the hilts of their sabers. Yang Fan stood by the side of the road, waiting for the 2 officials to pass before continuing on the road. The door to the first floor of the study in the rear courtyard was wide open. Light flowed out from the room and shone on the steps 3 feet away from the door. There was a stool placed at the place where Mu Ninger used to brew tea. A large, stocky man was sitting on the stool, wiping his saber under the light. The saber was a 1,000-bull saber, as bright as autumn water. The large man used a deerskin rag to wipe it over and over again. Sometimes he would raise it and squint his eyes, then he would continue wiping the non-existent dirt. He cherished this saber very much. The 1,000-bull saber could cut 1,000 bulls, so it was naturally a first-class saber. Kai Dongqing's 4 iron wall experts were led by him. His name was Lu Kuei. Lu Kuei did not know why Minister Kai had brought them to the Yang residence. Moreover, he had asked the 4 brothers to stay the night in the residence and assist Minister Lu in capturing the assassins. They were soldiers, while Yang Longzhong was a civil official. Even if Minister Lu and Yang Longzhong had a close personal relationship, It was extremely inappropriate for him to transfer a military officer to do the work of a patrolling official. However, Lu Kuei had no complaints. Minister Kai was his superior and also his big brother. These brothers had been in the army for so many years. They had charged and broken through enemy lines together, killed enemies together, and had long since forged a deep friendship. They were like brothers. He was good at killing people, but he was not good at dealing with people. He was even less skilled at welcoming and socializing in the official circles. Now, he was able to stand out among the Fengtian guards and become a 1,000-bull soldier. Lu Kuei was very clear on this point. The 12,000 oxen of the Fengtian guards did not only rely on their ability to bathe in blood on the battlefield. Among them, some relied on family connections, some relied on flattery and flattery. If it was not for Kai Longjiang's discerning eyes, after 20 years of military life, he might still only be a platoon leader, at most a lieutenant. He knew that everything he had today was thanks to Kai Lang General, so he never questioned any of Kai Lang General's decisions. Since Kai Lang General had given them the task of guarding the courtyard, then he had to do this task well. The four brothers each guarded the four corners of Yang Lang's room, each occupying a direction in the east, south, west, and north direction. With them here, one man could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. The sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Lu Kuei's hand that was wiping his saber stopped, and he raised his eyes to look at the steps. A youth in blue clothes and a small hat held a gong under his ribs and a wooden mallet hooked on his pinky finger as he unhurriedly walked up the steps. Lu Kuei had seen him before. He was one of the 10 sentries of the inner compound. He did not remember his name, but he had some impression of this person's appearance. The youth seemed not to have thought that there would be people here. With a shocked expression, he paced back and forth and wanted to retreat. Lu Kuei said in a low voice, "What is it?" The youth hesitated and said embarrassedly, "This lowly one wanted to find some water to drink. I didn't expect General to be stationed here." Although a 1,000-bull soldier was a high-ranking military official, he was not a general. The youth's honorific made Lu Kuei feel very comfortable. So while his face was still tense, his tone softened. "The water is over there. Pour it yourself." The youth let out a breath and hurriedly bowed. "Many thanks, General. Many thanks, General." The youth quietly entered the room and walked to a low table on the side. Chapter 69. Lu Kuei held a knife in one hand and mechanically wiped the blood with a deerskin rag. At the same time, he coldly glanced at the youngster's movements. The youngster walked to the side of the table and gently put down the wooden mallet. Then, he placed the gong on the table to prevent it from making a sound. There was a pot of water and a plate of upside-down cups on the table. Next to it there was an opened cup with half a cup of water inside. That was the cup that Lu Kuei had just used. The youngster gently turned over a cup and filled it with water. Then, he filled Lu Kuei's cup to the brim. The indifference in Lu Kuei's eyes decreased slightly. This is a young man who knows the rules. Lu Kuei prided himself on being a person who was slow in speech but quick in action. Therefore, he was especially concerned about other people's actions. This little servant was already much more pleasing to the eye. After the youngster finished drinking, he gently put down the cup and bowed to Lu Kuei. He smiled and said, "Thank you, General. I will go on patrol now." Lu Kuei grunted and wiped his eyelids. He lightly said, "The Yamen has arranged for you people to keep watch at night. This is simply sending you to your death. Be careful." Lu Kuei had always been clumsy with words. He did not care about his superiors or colleagues. But now, he specially gave a word of advice to a little servant whose status was worlds apart from his. This was the first time he had done this. The youngster's smile had a very special affinity. It was easy for people to have a good impression of him. The youngster's smile became even brighter. "Thank you, General, for your concern." Yang Longzhong was able to invite such a powerful person to guard the residence. Presumably, that thief will not dare to come again. What is there for me to be afraid of? A trace of a smile appeared in Lu Kuei's eyes. What do you know? Since that person dared to injure Yang Longzhong to that state, it is clear that there is an irreconcilable hatred between them. Why would you be afraid of someone catching him? You should be careful. If you really meet that person, you better pray for your own good. The youngster thought for a moment and blushed. That's right. General's might is certainly frightening. But that person has a blood feud with Yang Longzhong. Presumably, he will not give up. I should be more careful. Thank you, General, for your reminder. Wait. Lu Kuei stopped wiping his saber, raised his head and asked, Do you know what enmity that person has with Yang Longzhong? Speaking of which, Lu Kuei still didn't know who had hurt Yang Longzhong and why. Everyone was curious. Hearing this sentence, he couldn't help but ask. The young man said with some surprise, I heard from the steward of the mansion that when the thief snuck into the mansion, he told Yang Longzhong that he came because of the Xiaozhou murder case in the second year of Yongchun, so he has an irreconcilable enmity with Yang Longzhong. General was invited here by Yang Longzhong, yet you don't know the identity of that bandit? Second year of Yongchun. Xiaozhou bloody case. Lu Kuei lowered his head and thought for a moment. His expression suddenly changed. He suddenly raised his head and said, That person is Xiaozhou's peach garden. As soon as Lu Kuei raised his head, his eyes suddenly opened wide because he saw the youth that was originally standing 3 m away suddenly appear before him, and the youth's fingers were like beaks that swiftly and violently stabbed towards his throat. You dare, Lu Kuei shouted angrily and raised the saber in his hand. The youth quickly retreated and suddenly stood 3 m away. He was still in the same place as before, as if he had never moved from that position. As quiet as a virgin, as fast as a rabbit. Lu Kuei waved the snow-white 1000-bull saber in his hand in the air, but the person under the saber was already gone. Lu Kuei swung the saber in the air and wanted to stand up in shock and anger, but he suddenly felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out. His legs had no strength at all. He wanted to open his mouth and shout, but his mouth was wide open and not a single word came out. His throat gurgled a few times, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He was still holding the saber in his hand, but his steel-like arms suddenly softened. The originally bright and clean steel saber fell to the ground with a clang and was stained with a bit of dirt. The youth's fingers were like a beak, and with lightning speed, he pointed at Lu Kuei's throat and quickly retreated before Lu Kuei could swing the saber again. Lu Kuei's eyes were wide open in anger, and his eyes seemed to be about to pop out of their sockets. He used all the strength in his body, but still couldn't spit out a single word, because his throat had been smashed by the youth's beak, and his vocal cords had been pierced into minced meat. He couldn't make any sound at all. Lu Kuei's face was as red as chicken blood. He barely managed to spit out a few indecipherable syllables, and his body began to shake. The youth seemed to know what he wanted to say. He walked over and gently walked in front of Lu Kuei, gently bent down, picked up the 1000-bull saber, straightened his back, looked into Lu Kuei's eyes and softly asked, Since you know that there is a peach blossom village in Xiaozhou, don't you know why I made a move? Lu Kuei's throat emitted a low whining sound. It was the sound of a wave of qi passing through his throat, but he still couldn't speak. The youth didn't hesitate. He suddenly raised the saber and waved it in the air, creating a halo. The white halo instantly turned red. The last words Lu Kuei heard were, 147 ghosts of the Peach Blossom Village are waiting for you. Please be on your way. A head with a leopard's jaw and an angry red face flew into the air. The saber was indeed a good saber. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, a patrolling shopkeeper found Lu Kuei's body. This shopkeeper had a whistle hanging around his neck, but he only needed to scream to complete the summoning mission. When many people rushed over in response, they saw Lu Kuei sitting upright on the stool, becoming the king who stood shoulder to shoulder. His neck was empty, and the head had rolled behind a pillar to the side. Blood splattered all over the ground. Judging from the sputtering blood, Lu Kuei wasn't placed back on his seat after his death. Instead, he was beheaded while he was sitting on his seat. Moreover, the person used Lu Kuei's own saber. What did that person do to achieve such an effect? Following Lu Kuei's death, the Yang mansion was in an uproar. Several maids who heard the commotion broke into the study, only to vomit after witnessing the bloody scene. The patrol officers all had gloomy expressions on their faces, as if someone owed them 300 coins. Fengchen Imperial Guard Lieutenant Kai Dongqing led Xin Jiahui, Wu Xiaodong, and Huang Qilin into the study and never came out again. In order to prevent the villains from luring the tiger away from the mountain, Yang Mingxing was also carried in by them. The sorrowful and indignant cries of Xin Jiahui and the other two could be heard faintly from the study, interrupting the whispers of the Marquis Wu's shopkeepers. The whole courtyard was silent, and only the indistinct cries of grief could be heard, startling the crows that were resting on the branches and circling in the night sky. The faces of the Marquis Wu's shopkeepers were not very good. The intruder was able to sneak into the study under such tight circumstances and take Lu Kuei's head without the slightest resistance. What kind of terrifying person was this? The martial marquis who were in charge of patrolling the streets secretly rejoiced and felt a lingering fear. Even the sentry posts that were hidden in the dark, when they thought that the assassin might have walked past them without them noticing at all, they couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. Whether it was the shopkeepers or Marquis Wu's, none of them had the awareness to catch this kind of fugitive. The Marquis Wu's received a meager salary, and usually only managed matters such as petty theft, swindling, and fire prevention. The shopkeepers, as their supplement, at most dealt with small matters such as neighborhood disputes and street fights. They had never dealt with such a big case. This was a murder case, and the culprit had even killed the high officials of the Tang dynasty's Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guard, Qianyu Beis, without blinking an eye. This kind of fugitive had such extraordinary and terrifying martial arts. Who would be willing to send them to their deaths? They stood there silently, not because they were mourning Lu Qianwei's death, but because they thought that the assassin's target was Yang Longzhong. As long as Yang Longzhong didn't die, the assassin would definitely come again. If they were not careful, they would be killed like chickens. Of course, Yang Fan's face was also pale, and his face was full of fear. Even if you observed carefully, you wouldn't be able to find the slightest abnormality in his expression. Moreover, no one was paying attention to their expressions right now, because no one thought that the assassin was among them. Yang Fan discovered that the 4 Qianyu Beis were experts in joint attacks, so he decided that he had to get rid of one of them first. His great Shifu had once told him that when well-trained soldiers joined hands to attack together, they had a tacit understanding of when to advance and when to retreat. This way, they could multiply the strength of each person. When they joined hands to attack together, the power they could unleash would be several times, or even 10 times that of these individual soldiers combined. These 4 Qianyu Beis were obviously skilled in martial arts. Yang Fan didn't know how much power they could unleash when they joined hands to attack together, and he didn't want to waste his energy to find out. What he wanted to do, he had to be cautious at every step, and there was no need to take those risks. Since he could use his secret identity to kill one of them and achieve his goal, then it was fine. These 4 people's joint attacks might have been practiced for a few years, or even 10 or 20 years. The tacit understanding between them made them seem like one person. Killing one of them would destroy this tacit understanding. Because these 4 people were used to attacking and defending each other and cooperating with each other, once one of them was killed, the remaining 3 would suddenly change their familiar attacking method. They might not even be as good as the 3 people who were trying to cooperate for the first time. This was tantamount to completely destroying the possibility of them joining hands to attack together. After he entered the library, He exchanged a few words with Lu Kuei just to confirm whether Lu Kuei was also one of the participants in the Xiaozhou bloody case. Of course, regardless of whether Lu Kuei was or not, since he had already stepped into this vortex, he must die. Lu Kuei had only said half a sentence. Although he had only said half a sentence, the change in his expression, the tone of his voice, and the fact that he had blurted out the name of the Peach Blossom Village all proved that he was a participant in the Huanshan Village massacre, or at least an insider. If Lu Kuei was like this, then what about the other 3 people of the Iron Wall? What about Kai Dongqing, the commander of the Fengchen Guards? Chapter 70. Steward Old Lu walked out of the study with a heavy expression on his face. A few stewards immediately went up to him and asked him a few questions in a low voice. Steward Lu shook his head and said in a deep voice, "All right, don't ask any more. This place is already messy enough, don't add to the mess. Hurry up and settle everyone down. Everyone return to their respective positions and perform their duties. Old Luo, early tomorrow morning, bring some men to buy some things and prepare for Liu Bei's funeral." That steward Luo stared at him and said, "What? Is this appropriate? A member of the Fengchen Guards has died and he wants to hold a funeral in our residence? How unlucky!" Old Lu reprimanded, "Liu Bei's hometown is thousands of miles away, and he died for our Alang. If he doesn't hold it here, where else can he hold it?" After he finished speaking, he turned back to look at the study. Seeing that no one seemed to have heard him, he hurriedly walked down the steps and pulled old Luo to the side. In a low voice he said, "You don't think it's unlucky? That flying bandit is obviously coming for our master. We still have to rely on these soldiers to block the disaster for us. That middle commander Kai Dongqing and the other 3,000 oxen guards have been friends with Lu Kuei for more than 20 years. Even if we don't give them face, we still have to give them face. This matter was approved by Alang, so you have to handle it seriously and solemnly. Don't let anyone find fault with us." Old Luo said, "So that's how it is. I understand. Steward, don't worry. Old Luo, will definitely handle this matter well." Friends of more than 20 years, when he heard this, a trace of coldness flashed across Yang Fan's eyes. Early the next morning, the news of the flying bandit entering the Yang residence again and stealing Liu Bei's head spread like wildfire. By noon, the news had spread throughout the entire Luoyang. Through word of mouth and layer upon layer of embellishment, this assassin who had entered the Yang residence at night and killed Lu Kuei of the Imperial Guard Qian Niu had already become legendary. It was said that this assassin had cultivated a flying sword that could kill people from 1,000 miles away. It was said that he had the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. It was said that he could take the head of a general from 1,000,000 soldiers. Inside the Yang mansion, a funeral was being solemnly arranged for Lu Kuei. The small 2-story building in the study room had been turned into a mourning hall. In the main hall on the first floor, there was an incense burner, offering 3 animals, seasonal fruits, incense burners, wax tables, and so on. In front of the incense burner, there was a brazier, and gold and silver candles were burning, causing the originally elegant building to be filled with smoke. Lu Kuei's body was sewn up by old Luo, and old Luo paid a large sum of money to make it whole. Every needle and thread. The body was sewn in front of the coffin. And the coffin was Lu. In fact, Yang Longzhong did not need to do this to invite Kai Dongqing. After he was disfigured and blinded, his mind was in a mess. He was no longer as shrewd and calm as he used to be. Lu Kuei had died here, and the murderer would obviously come again. Even if he rushed out, Kai Dongqing, Shen Jiahui, and the others would not leave. They were like brothers to Lu Kuei. How could they not avenge him? Yang Fan was still doing night watch duty and doing odd jobs during the day. When the morning hall was set up, he was busy inside. Kai Dongqing and the 3 Shen brothers stood in front of Lu Kuei's memorial tablet and swore that they would cut the murderer into 1,000 pieces to avenge their brother. But how could they have imagined that the murderer was right next to them, In the afternoon, a large number of officials from the Ministry of Justice rushed to the Yang mansion. The servants of Marquis Wu's workshop and the Yang mansion were all herded to the side courtyard. From the main entrance of the Yang mansion through the front hall to the study at the back of the mansion, there was a sentry every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps. The study was also surrounded by the officials from the Ministry of Justice. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that an important person was coming. Unfortunately, even old Luo, who was the second steward, did not know who it was. Even he, who was in charge of the funeral, was chased out of the study. The scenery in the backyard of the Yang mansion was very beautiful. Although the gardens in the early Tang dynasty were not very exquisite, and there were not too many man-made decorations, and there were not too many cultural landscapes, it was still full of wild interest. The servants of Marquis Wu's workshop and the servants of the Yang mansion, who were herded to the side courtyard, knew that an important person was coming. No one dared to move around, and the courtyard was especially quiet. Ma Qiao took the opportunity to go home. Because there was an important person coming, and they were temporarily not needed, Ma Qiao asked Steward Lu for leave, and wanted to go back to see his mother. Ma Qiao's filial piety was famous in the Xiaowen workshop, and Steward Lu also knew the details. People at that time especially cared about the word filial piety. Anyway, the Yang mansion temporarily did not need to assign him any tasks, so Steward Lu readily agreed. In the autumn garden, there was a faint sense of desolation. Yang Fan walked alone in the forest, looking around, as if it was his first time in a rich family, and everything was new. In fact, he was familiarizing himself with the surroundings. It was obvious that after Lu Kuei was killed, the security in the mansion would be tighter, and the chances of a sneak attack would decrease. The more familiar he was with the environment in the mansion, the more advantageous it would be for him to act. Yang Fan was looking around, pretending to admire the scenery, and memorizing the paths, trees, rockery, and flowers in the courtyard. Suddenly, a young and tender voice called out, "Hey!" Yang Fan looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a street lamp in the grass by the side of the road. The Yang family's young Miss, Shuelian, was standing next to the lamp. The lamp was as tall as an adult's shoulder, and was shaped like a stone shrine. The roof was tiled, and there were holes on all 6 sides, and it was covered with a fine copper net. This road led to the study and the bedroom in the back courtyard. Because Yang Longzhong often worked late into the night in the study, he often walked on this road, so there were lamps on both sides of the road. Yang Fan walked over, bent down, and asked with a smile, "Little miss, what are you doing here?" Yang Shuelian said, "There is an important official coming to the house, so mother accompanied father to the study to wait. I was very bored by myself, so I came here to catch crickets." "Oh, did you catch them?" "I caught them." Yang Shuelian smiled happily, and turned around to point at the lamp, saying, "Look, I've already caught 5, and they're all locked up here." Yang Shuelian carefully opened the small net door of the lamp, and a cricket wanted to run out. She quickly closed the small door and said with a smile, "Want to run? It won't be that easy." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Little miss is amazing, to be able to catch so many at once." "Ai. It's not that many. Nowadays there are fewer and fewer crickets, and in a few days there won't be any left. Autumn is the most annoying, and the crickets in the courtyard will become less and less. In the end you can only hear one cricket calling, and one day it will suddenly stop." Yang Shuelian lifted her skirt and walked out of the grass. She looked at Yang Fan with a pair of big black and white eyes, and said with some sadness, "Say, after the weather turns cold, where do you think the crickets will go? Did they die?" This. Yang Fan didn't know how to answer and thought for a moment, then said, "Maybe, because it's too cold, so they hid in the cave. If the crickets are all dead, how can there be crickets next year?" Yang Shuelian tilted her head and thought for a moment. She became happy and said with joy, "Yes. You're right, they must have run home to hide." Yang Fan looked at her and couldn't help but ask, "Do you often catch crickets in the courtyard alone?" Yang Xuelian nodded and said, "Yes. Father doesn't like me, and mother always plays cards and gambles with others. She doesn't accompany me, so I played alone in the courtyard since I was a child. I like to catch crickets, sometimes." She looked back at the crickets that were calling in the lamp, and sighed like a little adult and said, "Sometimes I feel that I'm actually the same as them, we're all locked in the same cage. But at least they have a companion." Yang Fan frowned and asked, "Does your mother often play cards?" Yang Xuelian said, "She doesn't always play cards, sometimes she flips money, plays doubles, throws dice." Yang Fan was silent. Little Xuelian glanced at him and asked, "What are you strolling around here by yourself?" Yang Fan said, "Oh, isn't it because a high-ranking official has come to your family? I have nothing to do right now, so I can only walk around." "Right, do you know who has come, and why is there such a large commotion?" Yang Xuelian said, "I know. I heard from my mother that the person who has come is my father's immediate superior, Assistant Minister Zhou of the Ministry of Justice. My mother said that Assistant Minister Zhou is very powerful. Even though he is just an assistant minister right now, even the minister has to listen to him. So many major matters have happened in my family, and Assistant Minister Zhou is very unhappy. Today, he came to take a look, and personally made arrangements to catch the thief. This Assistant Minister Zhou is so powerful, he will definitely be able to catch that bad person." Yang Fan was about to speak when Steward Lu's figure appeared on the little path. When he saw Yang Xuelian, he called out, "Miss, what are you doing here? A noble person has come to the Fu today. Miss, do not run around. Foreign is looking for you. Miss, quickly go to the reception hall and wait for that noble guest." Yang Fan bowed and said, "Steward Lu." Steward Lu watched as Yang Xuelian ran away, and then turned to look at Yang Fan. He warned, "It is best if you do not randomly strike up a conversation with Mississippi. Even though Miss is still a young girl, but it is best if you stay far away from her. Our Yang family has many rules, and the rules that Ah Lang has set for the women in the family have always..." Chapter 71. At this point, Steward Lu sighed softly and said sourly, "I'm afraid Ah Lang won't be so strict with me in the future." He waved his hand disinterestedly and said, "You may go. Stay in the side courtyard and don't wander around." "Yes, Steward Lu, I'll go back first." Yang Fan smiled respectfully and turned to leave. Zhou Xing? Yang Fan thought about this person as he walked. After a brief analysis, he shook his head and denied the possibility that Zhou Xing had anything to do with him. In the second year of Yongchun, when the Xiaozhou murder case happened, Zhou Xing was still a county magistrate in the north. It was only in recent years when Empress Wu's authority grew and she was expected to remove Li Tang's order and change the system, that she began to use ruthless officials to remove the obstacles to her seizing power. Zhou Xing won Empress Wu's favor because of his ruthless style of handling cases. That was how he rose to the top and became a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Justice. It was impossible for Zhou Xing to have anything to do with what happened back then. Zhou Xing was now the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, the de facto leader. Whether it was from the perspective of caring for his subordinates or from the perspective of such a major case in Luoyang, it was normal for him to personally inquire about his subordinates' affairs. He had already found out that although Kai Dongqing was now the commander of the Left Imperial Guard and an illustrious general with great power, he was once a commander of the Dragon Guard. There was an 80 to 90% chance that he was the perpetrator of the Xiaozhou murder case. Injuring Yang Mingxing had lured Kai Dongqing out, but Kai Dongqing was also a lackey. The mastermind had yet to show himself. It seemed that if he wanted him to show himself, he would have to take down Kai Dongqing and his 4 Vajras first. Only then would he be able to force the mastermind to show himself. Yang Fan pondered as he returned to the side courtyard. That day Yang Mingxing blurted out a name, Helan Minji. Yang Fan had already found out that Helan Minji was Wu Zetian's nephew. His mother was Wu Zetian's elder sister, who was once favored by Gaozong Liji and was given the title of Lady of Han. His sister, Helan, was also favored by Liji and was given the title of Lady of Wei. As for Helan Minji himself, after Wu Zetian exiled his two older brothers, he changed his surname to Wu and became the heir of Wu Zetian's father, Wu Shiyan. He was given the title of Duke of Zhou and could be said to be extremely wealthy. However, later on, Wu Zetian accused He Lanmin of making peace with her maternal grandmother, Lady Yang, embezzling public funds for personal gain, committing adultery with the crown prince's wife, Lady Yang, and many other crimes. She had her changed back to her original surname and was exiled to Lingnan. Helan Minji's legendary life. Yang Fan couldn't think of any connection between Helan Minji and the small village in Shaozhou. It was said that Helan Minji was a wanton and unrestrained person, dissolute and lustful. However, he was handsome, and talented. Not only that, he was also very knowledgeable. In addition to his illustrious family background and status, he had many friends in the royal court. Later on, these people were all implicated by him and were all demoted. Yang Fan suspected that the Peach Blossom village that was suddenly built was probably used to settle the officials who were implicated by Helan Minji and were demoted. The 11 families in the village were the officials who were implicated in the past. However, the small village was built 1 year after Helan Minji's suicide, but the massacre happened 11 years later. This was a bit strange. If the villagers who suddenly appeared in this small mountain village were the officials and their families who were implicated by Helan Minji, and if the court wanted to eradicate these people, there was no need to wait for so many years, and there was no need to use the plague as an excuse to cover it up. Moreover, during the Shaozhou bloody case, Helan Minji had already turned into a pile of dirt. The court and the common people had long forgotten such a person. How could it be possible that more than 10 years later, Helan Minji would suddenly kill those who were implicated by him? Judging from their secretive actions and the people they used to cover up their identities and whereabouts, it couldn't be the work of the court. Yang Mingxing was the perpetrator of the Shaozhou massacre. From what Yang Mingxing blurted out, it could be proved that the massacre of the village must have a great relationship with Helan Minji. This was certain. The question was, what was in the mountain village? What secret did these villagers have that someone would use such an inhumane act of slaughtering an entire village to solve the problem? Perhaps only by clarifying this problem could he find the real culprit behind the scenes. Yang Fan thought for a long time, but he really couldn't think of any other way. It seemed that he could only use killing as bait to alarm the culprit behind the scenes. One of Kai Dongqing's 4 great Vajras was already gone. Even if the remaining 3 joined forces, it would be difficult for them to display their combined strength. Yang Fan planned to eradicate the 4 great Vajras one by one, and then finally kill Kai Dongqing. At that time, the frightened Yang Mingxing would definitely ask for help from the real culprit behind the scenes. The mourning hall had been set up for 3 days. Kai Dongqing's 3 valiant generals had been guarding the mourning hall for 3 days, and the entire Yang residence had been on high alert for 3 days. Everyone had been tired and exhausted, but the mysterious assassin had never appeared again. In this world, one could be a thief for 1,000 days, but there was no way to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Such intense defensive measures couldn't be maintained for long. Not to mention Marquis Wu and the workshop attendants, even the officials of the Ministry of Justice and the patrolmen of Luoyang Prefecture were full of complaints after 3 days. If this went on, before the assassin came to kill them, everyone would collapse. Kai Dongqing and Yang Mingxing also knew that this couldn't go on. The two of them discussed for a while, and had no choice but to restore the system of patrolling the night. Everyone took turns to keep watch at night, so that they could all rest. That night it was still Yang Fan's first patrol. According to the rule of 3 shifts, they had to take turns every 8 hours. In other words, Yang Fan had to keep watch from nightfall until dawn, a total of 8 hours. Then he had to rest for 16 hours. Shoo shoo shoo. When Yang Fan walked past a thicket, Ma Qiao came out again. He had a straw hat on his head and was waving at him. Yang Fan walked over and said with a smile, "Brother Qiao, you really hid well." Ma Qiao pulled him under a tree and scolded, "You're silly! Why are you working so hard? Walking back and forth. If the assassin comes in and sees you, he'll kill you with one blow. At most, the Langzhong residents will give you a coffin." Yang Fan naturally understood Ma Qiao's good intentions, but he couldn't just walk back and forth. Others could slack off, but he couldn't. He was looking for an opportunity to strike, but the security in the residence was obviously much tighter than before. It was easy for him to kill someone, but it was difficult to do so without leaving any traces. Seeing that Yang Fan only smiled shyly, Ma Qiao glared at him in exasperation and said helplessly, You're so honest." As he said this, Ma Qiao reached into his bosom and took out something, handing it to Yang Fan. The object was heavy in his hand. It was a curved piece of iron. Yang Fan asked curiously, "What is this?" As Ma Qiao untied his belt, he said, "This is the base of a pot. My family has a pot that leaked, and I originally planned to use it as a supplement. But when my mother heard about what happened in the Yang residence, she was worried and broke the pot in half." As Ma Qiao said this, he pulled out another piece of metal from his waist and handed it to Yang Fan, saying, "Here, keep this in your bosom. There's one on your chest and one on your back. If it's really, it might be of some use." Yang Fan hurriedly declined, "No, if I use it, what about you? This is what Auntie prepared for you, take it back quickly." Ma Qiao said, "Hey, I'm lying here, what are you worried about? Besides, I have many brothers at home, if something really happens, it's fine. In a while, I'll find a more secluded place to lie down and sleep. It doesn't matter if the assassin comes or not, I won't get up no matter what, and I won't be stupid enough to shout and scream. What can happen?" Ma Qiao fastened his belt and burrowed into the bushes. He worriedly poked his head out and said, "Don't be too stubborn, if you can slack off then slack off. Even if the steward catches you, at most he'll scold you. What else can he do? It's not worth risking your life." Hey, I got it. Although Yang Fan didn't need this armor, he still felt warm in his heart. In front of Ma Qiao, he stuffed the 2 pieces of metal into his clothes and left. In fact, carrying these 2 things would greatly affect his skills, so after leaving Ma Qiao's line of sight, he wandered to the place where he met Miss Xuelian last time. Looking around and making sure there was no one around, he took out the metal pieces and stuffed them into the place where Miss Yang Xuelian hid Big Brother. What are you doing here?" Yang Fan kicked the metal pieces into the bushes. Just as he was about to fasten his belt, a cold voice came from not far away. Yang Fan was secretly shocked. This person could actually hide from his ears, and his footsteps were very light. Slowly turning around, Yang Fan saw a man with ape arms and a long body, wearing a round collar-long gown. He had a scarf on his head and a 1,000-bull saber hanging from his ribs. His hand gripped the saber hilt tightly, and his posture was as steady as a mountain. This person was standing on the small path, looking at him. Beside him was a pear tree, and the glistening yellow pears bent the branches, as if they were about to touch his shoulders. 1,000 Bulls Ready Shin Jiahui. Yang Fan recognized him at a glance. Chapter 72. Yang Fan immediately recognized his identity. "Oh. I saw that there was no one here, so it's convenient." Yang Fan put on an embarrassed expression. There was a toilet, but he did not go. Seeing that there was no one around, he peed in someone else's garden. Of course he would be embarrassed if someone saw him. Yang Fan's attitude was impeccable. Jing did not know the rules of the market and was used to peeing everywhere. His actions were also not considered outrageous. Shin Jiahui frowned in disgust and coldly glanced at him. In a deep voice he said, Be more vigilant. The assassin has not come for 3 days. I'm afraid he will appear tonight. If you can find him, you must warn us. Once he is caught, there will be a great reward. Shin Jiahui's eyes were a little red. He hadn't had a good night's sleep for the past few days. He had been waiting for the assassin to kill, but in the end, he didn't even see the shadow of the assassin. Right now, he was really a little exhausted. If it wasn't for the desire to avenge his brother supporting him, he would have long fallen asleep. Yes. Don't worry, Master General. Did you not see me walking around? I dare not slack off. Shin Jiahui grunted and turned to leave. Yang Fan suddenly exclaimed, Huh? What is that? What? Shin Jiahui suddenly turned his head. His saber was unsheathed. Before the sound of the saber stopped, he had already jumped to Yang Fan's side. His movements were extremely agile. Yang Fan pointed at the grass. With a face full of surprise, he said, Master General, look over there. What is that? Shin Jiahui looked over and asked in confusion, Where? What did you find? Before he could finish his sentence, Shin Jiahui felt a great pain in his dantian. Without thinking, he raised his elbow and struck at Yang Fan. Yang Fan's attack was successful and he immediately floated away. Shin Jiahui's strike was so close to Yang Fan's clothes that he flew 2 feet away. Shin Jiahui looked down. His lower abdomen was bleeding profusely. It had already dyed his robes red. When he did not notice, he still had some strength. But when he saw the wound on his body, he felt all his strength leave his body. He suddenly raised his head and glared fiercely at Yang Fan. Yang Fan had a saber hanging from his ribs, and it was still there. At some point in time, he was holding a dagger in his hand, and fresh blood was dripping from the edge of the dagger. Shin Jiahui had interrogated 2 of Yang Longzhong's subordinates who had fought with the assassins, and had also tested his martial arts with them. The result was naturally a complete victory. Therefore, he believed that since the 2 of them were evenly matched with the assassin's martial arts would not be too high. Because of this, he could not understand how Lu Kuei, who had the steadiest, sharpest, and the best martial arts among the 4 of them, could be beheaded just by sitting there without moving. Now he knew, and at the same time, he also knew that his life had come to an end. The only thing he wanted to do now was to publicize his identity as an assassin and let his brothers know, lest they followed in his footstep. The assassin is. Shin Jiahui took a deep breath, and without a word of nonsense, he shouted at the top of his lungs. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he found that the young man, who was standing 20 feet away, had already appeared in front of him like a ghost. Shin Jiahui had always been proud of his agility, but now he realized that this person was faster than him, much faster than him. Stab! The person leaped in front of him. Guess. The dagger was put away, and the saber was raised horizontally, with a halo like a wheel. Yes. Puff! With a sound, a head flew. The moment the head flew, Yang Fan's heart felt like it was scalded by boiling oil, and there was an indescribable pain, but also an indescribable pleasure in the pain. He vaguely saw his sister's silhouette, running like a deer in the wilderness, saw a spurt of blood and a head flying high into the air. Who's shouting, "What matter? Someone come quickly!" The displeased and angry voice quickly turned into the frightened squeal of a sheep. It came from the mouth of an official from the Ministry of Justice, who rushed over in response. Yang Fan had already escaped like a rabbit, and before he left, he stabbed the wound on Shin Jiahui's lower abdomen, making it difficult to tell what kind of sharp weapon it was. When he rushed into the grass, he did not forget to take the 2 pieces of the bottom of the iron pot with him. His serious understanding and record of every grass, every tree, every pavilion in the Yang residence played a huge role at this time. Yang Fan moved like a rabbit, and like a falcon, he disappeared in an instant. While the backyard was in an uproar, Yang Fan had already washed the knife in the pond where he had doggy-paddled, and put it back at his waist. The pond water slightly rippled with a touch of red, but it was immediately melted by the entire pond water. It was so faint that it could no longer be seen as a trace of blood. Endless amounts of enemy blood, endless amounts of enemy heads. Sooner or later, he would dye this pool of water red. Who is the assassin? How could he so accurately find my people and eliminate them? In Yang Mingxing's bedroom, Kai Dongqing asked angrily. Kai Dongqing had been in the army for a long time, and from a small soldier, he had killed his way to the high position of lieutenant general. Now that he had such a high position and power, he did not need to be angry, and when he occasionally flared up, his murderous aura was even more daunting. But his angry appearance did not affect Yang Mingxing in the slightest. Yang Mingxing could not see, and even if he could see, he would not be afraid. Kai Dongqing's murderous aura was cultivated in the army, and it was forged in the bloody battles between two armies. Yang Mingxing was only a civil official, and he had not even personally killed a person. But when he shouted "Behead!" and the heads fell to the ground, almost none of them were peddlers or common people. There were many officials that Yang Mingxing had personally sentenced to death, and among them, there was no lack of officials with the same rank as Kai Dongqing, and even officials with higher ranks. Even members of Li Tang's imperial clan and relatives of the emperor, he had sentenced them to death and supervised their executions. How could Kai Dongqing be able to scare him? Yang Mingxing sat on the bed and sneered again and again. Since this person was able to find me, it can be seen how much effort he put into it. This person is scheming and must have been investigating me since a long time ago. He must have found out everything about me. And now your people are so ostentatious, afraid that people don't know that he is the Grand Thousand Oxen. You held a funeral in my mansion, and everyone knew about it. Think about it, how could he not know? This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense at all. Kai Dongqing paced back and forth in the room. With each step, the floor sank, giving off a muffled thud. Losing 2 generals in a row, he felt heartache, really heartache. These 4 people were not only brothers who had followed him for many years and had deep feelings for him, but they were also the main force that controlled the left Fengtian guards, the 4 great confidants. Confidence could not be cultivated if one wanted to. Just one loyalty was not easy to obtain. Could a person that was casually promoted be as reliable as the old subordinates that had followed him for 20 years? Furthermore, without enough ability, how could they help him control the proud and valiant soldiers of the left Fengtian guards? With 12,000 oxen, who knew how many people were eyeing these positions? Once there were vacancies, how could he casually promote a few of his own people? He was like a trapped lion, his eyes red. Even so, how could he accurately identify the identities of my people? They are all wearing civilian clothes. How could that person find them in the mansion and not kill a single person? Kai Dongqing suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at Yang Mingxing. He said with slight surprise, "No. There must be a traitor in your mansion." Yang Mingxing said angrily, "T. My family is very strict. Those who can work in my mansion are all people that I know very well. Among them, the shortest time has already been under my command for 2 to 3 years. All of them are loyal and devoted." Kai Dongqing said calmly, "Loyal? You actually believe in loyalty? If people's hearts can be trusted, how could the 100 or so people of Xiaozhou's Peach Blossom Village be killed?" Yang Mingxing asked in reply, "If you don't believe in loyalty, then do you think that Lu Kuei, Shen Jiahui, and the others, if the word prophet was in front of them, would betray you?" Kai Dongqing said gloomily, "As long as there are enough benefits, why wouldn't they betray me?" Yang Mingxing laughed mischievously. "It's a pity that Lu Kuei and Shen Jiahui are not far away. If they heard what you said, they would definitely be very sad." Kai Dongqing's expression changed as he said, "Of course there are people who are loyal and devoted, but as a person in a high position, If one were to blindly entrust his subordinates' reliability to their loyalty and not take any precautions, that would be the greatest stupidity. Yang Mingxing nodded lightly and said approvingly, "That's right. I agree with what you said, but I still don't believe that the traitor came from my subordinate. Didn't the mansion transfer a lot of patrolmen from the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang Prefecture, as well as Marquis Wu's workshop? If there was someone who tipped off the assassin, it must have come from one of them." Kai Dongqing shook his head. "Impossible. The officials from the Ministry of Justice and Luoyang Prefecture were appointed by their superiors after the incident. No one knew beforehand that they would definitely be sent over. As for the Martial Marquis of the workshop, there was no need to talk about it. It was because of a lack of manpower that he had been transferred over at the last minute. The people that were transferred over were even arranged by the workshop manager and the bad commander. How could the assassin have made contact with any of them beforehand? After they moved into your mansion, they practically never left it. Even if they did leave, in such a short period of time, whether it was through threats or promises, it would be impossible for them to become the assassin's accomplices. Yang Longzhong, unless you have enemies all over the world, and the Ministry of Justice, Luoyang Prefecture, the Xuan Workshop's thugs, Basho, and everyone else all join hands to deal with you, then it would be possible for them to collude. So, if there is a suspicion, it must come from your mansion." Kai Dongqing's analysis was very reasonable, and Yang Mingxing's faith couldn't help but be shaken. He was silent for a moment, then asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" Chapter 73. Kai Dongqing slightly narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, "For that assassin, we have not been able to find any clues so far. Perhaps this traitor is the key to catching him. What we need to do now is to plan and dig out this traitor first. I intend to." Kai Dongqing lowered his voice and whispered to Yang Mingxing. Yang Mingxing nodded and said, "All right. I also want to see who in my mansion has eaten the heart of a bear and the heart of a leopard, to dare to do such a thing." He raised his head. Although his whole face was covered with layers of white cloth and nothing could be seen, he still habitually raised his head and looked at Kai Dongqing and said, "About the Peach Blossom Village case, should we tell him about it?" Kai Dongqing sneered and said, "What we did back then was so unclean, yet we actually left a fish that escaped the net. Once he finds out about this, who knows if he won't blame us? Now that we've been messed up by this fish that escaped the net, it's not like you don't know that master's temper. So what if he finds out? How could someone as high and mighty as him care about this person and this matter? He dared to kill them all. In the end, this matter still has to be settled by the two of us. We don't have to suffer his scolding for nothing." Kai Dongqing heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at Yang Mingxing's appearance that was neither human nor ghost, he mocked, "I've always been curious. You've become like this, neither human nor ghost, so what are you still alive for? If you die earlier, it will be a good thing for your enemies and friends." Kai Dongqing flicked his sleeve and left. When he reached the side of the screen, he suddenly stopped, turned his head around, and said maliciously, "Even to your family, it is a good thing. Dr. Yang, you can be considered the first person in the entire world to be able to live up to your standards. How admirable!" Hearing his footsteps getting further and further away, Yang Mingxing suddenly clenched his fists. After clenching them for a long time, he slowly loosened them and muttered to himself, "Why do I start to hope that the assassin will succeed?" That day, Kai Dongqing made a trip back to Fengshan Guard and continued to ask for leave from his superior. When he returned, he brought back 30 soldiers, each with a bow and arrow. Mobilizing an army, even if it was just a few people, was no small matter. It was impossible to mobilize troops without a military order. It was even more taboo for an officer to do a patrol officer's job. Normally, the army would not agree to it. If such an exception was made, would the army still be an army? The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Luoyang Prefecture were also unwilling. If they had to mobilize their troops just because of a case, wouldn't they become decorations? Wouldn't that mean that they were incompetent officials? However, this case in Yang Longzhong's residence was really too big of a commotion. First, a dignified disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice was crippled, and then 2,000 oxen were beheaded in the Yang family. It was said that even the high and mighty Empress knew about this case. It was the Empress who personally asked about this matter, and only then did Fengchen Guard allow Kai Dongqing to borrow 30 soldiers. They were also given bows and arrows from the armory that could not be used unless it was for battle or training. It was said that because of this matter, the Luoyang prefecture was also under a lot of pressure. However, with such a large city like Luoyang, they really could not spare any more officials. Therefore, Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong personally came with 30 people. They were all smart and capable Marquis Wu and workshop attendants who were selected from the various workshops. Tang Zong paired the people he brought with the Yang family's servants and guards, as well as Marquis Wu's workshop attendants. The old led the new, and they patrolled together to strengthen the Yang family's security. When these workshop attendants and Marquis Wu's were brought to the Yang family, Yang Fan saw that although they deliberately staggered their formation, their backs were still straight and their expressions were still stern. Yang Fan couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful expression. They did not whisper to each other, nor did they make faces or giggle. As expected, they were smart and capable Marquis Wu and workshop attendants. At this moment Ma Qiao walked over to him with 3 trembling steps and said excitedly, "With so many people all of a sudden, we're much safer." Yang Fan looked at Ma Fan's legs that were trembling like springs, then looked at the new workshop attendants and Marquis Wu's, who all had steady and powerful legs. He smiled lightly. "Yes, this time, it's really much safer." At night, Yang Mingxing's mansion was guarded every 3 steps, and there was a sentry every 5. Marquis Wu's workshop attendants came and went without rest. Although there were many people, they maintained absolute silence. Other than the rustling of footsteps, nothing else could be heard. This strict atmosphere was like a military fortress. In a pentagonal pavilion, Huang Qilin, who was well prepared, sat on a stone table. On the stone table in front of him was a pot of wine and a fat chicken. He had already eaten more than half of the fat chicken that weighed at least 5 catties. In front of him was a pile of chicken bones, which had all been eaten cleanly. Huang Qilin had a round body. Although his body was rather fat, he did not give off the feeling of being bloated or slow. Among the 4 Iron Wall brothers, he was the youngest and ranked last. But because of his fat body, he seemed to be slightly older than the other brothers. On his left sat the Minister of Justice, Wang Lu, who had single-handedly knocked Yang Fan into the pond. On his right sat the Yang residence's protector, Hua Shaoqian. Yang Fan and a new workshop attendant stood leaning against the pillar of the pavilion. Huang Qilin spat out a piece of chicken bone, wiped his greasy mouth and sneered. "This time, we've mobilized the army. I want to see if that assassin can outrun the bow and arrow." Ever since Hua Shaoqian escaped death that night, he has been in a state of panic. Hearing this, he could not help but ask worriedly, "Huang Beishan, that assassin comes and goes without a trace. Can the bow and arrow deal with him?" Huang Qilin grunted, "You don't have to make him sound so godly. I, Huang Beishan, have seen experts before. But no matter how powerful they are, their speed cannot outrun the bow and arrow. Have you ever heard of a so-called expert who is invincible on the battlefield and can fight 100 enemies alone?" Wang Lu, the Minister of Justice, could not help but ask, "Huang Beishan, since the commander of the palace guards has requested for the army to be mobilized, and the bow and arrow are specially approved, why not transfer some crossbows over? Aren't crossbows more powerful than bows?" Huang Qilin gave him a look that was not a smile and said, "You have never been in the army before, so naturally you do not understand the logic." Wang Lu's face reddened and he cupped his hands saying, I was just about to ask Huang Beishan for advice. Huang Qilin threw down a chicken bone, wiped his mouth, and said, "It is true that the crossbow has a longer range than the bow, and that the shot is more accurate and lethal. But the crossbow also has areas where it is inferior to the bow. As the saying goes, 5 arrows for 1 crossbow. This means that for a skilled archer, it takes the effort of shooting 5 arrows before the crossbow can fire 1 arrow. We cannot transfer more soldiers here, and this manor is full of flowers and pavilions. If 1 arrow misses, the assassin will disappear without a trace. How can we use the crossbow to capture his figure? Besides, this is not like the front of 2 armies. The crossbow is heavier than the bow and is much larger. It is not convenient for a single soldier to carry it around." Huang Qilin picked up another piece of chicken and said, "Besides, for a first-rate archer, the lethality of the bow is not necessarily inferior to the crossbow. When our Tang dynasty's famous General Shui Rengui was the chief commander of the Tiela Road Army, he was going to lead the army to the west. Before he left, Emperor Gaozong gave him a banquet to bid him farewell. During the banquet, Emperor Gaozong said to General Shui, 'I have long heard that General is good at archery. The ancients who were good at archery could pierce through 7 layers of armor with 1 arrow. Today, why don't you try shooting an arrow through 5 layers of armor for me to see?' At the time, I was on the military field and was standing closest to the general selection stage, so I heard everything clearly. When General Shui heard the imperial edict, he ordered someone to bring his precious bow. With 1 arrow, he pierced through 5 layers of leather armor. Emperor Gaozong turned pale with fright when he saw this and immediately ordered someone to bring his own radiant iron armor for General Shui to put on, afraid that General Shui would be hit by an arrow on the battlefield. Hey! Normal armor can't even block a sharp arrow, much less a flying bandit who relies on lightness kung fu to fly high and low. This military bow is enough to deal with him. As long as he is hit by an arrow, he can forget about escaping." When Hua Shaoqian and the Ministry of Justice heard Huang Qilin's words, they couldn't help but gasp in surprise. In the military system of the early Tang dynasty, armored soldiers made up 60% of the total army. However, due to the limitations of steel production and different battlefield environments, coupled with the restraint of powerful bows and crossbows, and the vast battlefield, there were many ways to avoid direct confrontation with the heavy cavalry. The heavy cavalry, which was costly and ineffective in actual combat, had basically retired from the stage of history. Therefore, at that time, the main types of armor were leather, wooden, cloth, and silk armors. There were not many who wore iron armor. That flexible and thick leather armor may not be able to be pierced through with a single stab, and when they are stacked together, they will have a cushioning effect. However, the Tang bow was able to pierce through 5 layers of leather armor with 1 arrow. One can imagine its power on the battlefield. As Yang Fan listened to their conversation, he couldn't help but laugh coldly to himself. He now completely understood the other party's intentions. Transferring the archers here was indeed to strengthen the defense of the Yang residence. They hoped to use the bows and arrows to kill the assassins, but those 30 so-called workers and Marquis Wu Yangfan looked at the worker opposite him who was said to be from Chongjing workshop. This brother was called Duan Weifeng. Old Duan stood as straight as a javelin with his eyes looking straight ahead. Even when he glanced left and right, his attitude was very alert and his posture was also very serious. Yang Fan couldn't help but sigh secretly. Kai Dongqing should have found some ruffians instead of so many elite soldiers. A well-trained elite soldier's every move had long become a habit. How could it be so easy for them to pretend to be Marquis Wu's workers? Obviously, the inexplicable deaths of Lu Kuei and Shen Jiahui had already made them suspicious. They suspected that there were assassins or accomplices of assassins in the Yang residence, so they used 2 methods, one in the open and one in the dark. In the open, they transferred 30 archers in charge of dealing with the assassins to strengthen the deterrent effect. And in the dark, they were the soldiers pretending to be Marquis Wu's workers. If the assassins were in the residence, or if the assassins had accomplices in the residence, then the other 30 soldiers pretending to be Marquis Wu's workers would be responsible for dragging them out. Yang Fan secretly raised his vigilance. He couldn't do it step by step, he had to end the battle quickly. Chapter 74. As Yang Fan pondered, his gaze landed on a thicket in front of him. There was an archer hidden there. This was what Yang Fan had seen. The problem was, since the other party had already begun to suspect that the assassin or the assassin's accomplices were in the Yang residence, and had strengthened the supervision of the internal personnel, then would they be completely aware of the archer's arrangement? Although the Yang residence was large, with the hunting range of the archers, the 30 people did not need to be too spread out. At least 2 archers could be arranged in each area. Huang Qilin was sitting there drinking wine and eating meat, obviously using himself as bait. Then, could there be a 3rd archer in this position? Yang Fan had already made up his mind. He smiled at Duan Wei Feng and said softly, "Brother Duan, I'm going to relieve myself." "Wait, I'm going too." Duan Wei Feng, who was standing there like a javelin, hurriedly chased after him. However, Yang Fan did not rush to the toilet, but went around to the left of the pavilion behind a thicket of flowers and trees. This pavilion was surrounded by vegetation on 3 sides, and on one side was a small gravel path. He walked boldly to one side and began to take off his robe. Hua Xiaoqian looked back and scolded, "What are you doing?" Yang Fan turned back and said, "I'm going to relieve myself." Hua Xiaoqian said angrily, "Do you think this is your vegetable garden? Don't you know where the toilet is? Do you think you can relieve yourself here?" After being scolded, Yang Fan awkwardly fastened his pants and walked away dejectedly. Hua Xiaoqian turned to Huang Qilin and said, "The residents should not have used these people at all. They are all a bunch of useless trash, country bumpkins who have never seen the world. They don't know any rules." Huang Qilin smiled and said, "It's always good to have more eyes and ears. Unless the assassin knows how to make himself invisible, these people will at least be of some use." Yang Fan walked towards the toilet, and the keeper, called Duan Wei Feng, quickly followed. Yang Fan turned his head and smiled. "Brother Duan is going to relieve yourself too?" Duan Wei Feng still had a serious expression on his face. "Let's take care of each other, that assassin might come at any time." After entering the latrine, Yang Fan pretended to relieve himself as his thoughts raced. There was no one hiding in the bushes he had walked towards. The archer he had seen was hiding on the right side of the gazebo, where he had a wide field of vision and could cover 3 directions. If there was a second archer, since he was not hiding on the left side, the only possibility was that he was hiding in the bushes behind the gazebo. They could no longer probe in this direction. Now that they were suspicious of the people inside, it would not be appropriate to use the method of attrition. If they chased Marquis Wu and the workshop attendants out, or sent Yang Mingxing somewhere else, it would certainly make things more difficult for them. The only thing he could do now was to end the battle as soon as possible. But if they ended the battle quickly, would they be able to dig out the real mastermind behind the scenes? Putting pressure step by step would make it easier for the mastermind behind the scenes to reveal himself. Yang Fan could not make up his mind. He could not help but think of what Tin Ano had said to him. Think thrice before you act when encountering a problem. Some things cannot be solved with knives and sword. Use your brain more and perhaps things will be solved. Yang Fan sighed softly. How could the matter before him be solved just by using his brain? To lure the snake out of its hole, to lure the snake out, Yang Fan secretly made a decision. Leaving Yang Mingxing alone was enough. He would first get rid of Kai Dongqing and his men. Only Yang Mingxing would be left alone. He would definitely take the initiative to ask for help from the mastermind behind the scenes, or, just as he was thinking, Duan Wei Feng's impatient voice came from outside. "Yang Fan, are you done?" "Yes, I'm done." Yang Fan grinned as he walked out. He rubbed his stomach and said, Brother Duan, is it inconvenient for you? Duan Wei Feng suppressed his disgust and glanced at him before turning to leave. Yang Fan grinned as he followed behind him. His gaze fell on Duan Wei Feng's saber. The saber was swinging back and forth at Duan Wei Feng's waist. It was a standard steel saber that was exactly the same as his own. When the two of them returned to the gazebo, there was only a pile of chicken bones left in front of Huang Qilin. He stood up with a burp and said, "I'm going to relieve myself too." Hua Xiaoqian and Justice Wang Wulve stood up at the same time and said, "We will go with you." Good chance. Yang Fan naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. Although the change in position of the few people in front of him was only for a moment, it was enough for him to grasp it. Yang Fan suddenly cried out in surprise and slashed the back of Duan Wei Feng's head with his palm. At the same time, he leaped forward. Duan Wei Feng fell to the ground. Huang Qilin raised his head and saw that Yang Fan had knocked Duan Wei Feng unconscious with one palm. A look of surprise flashed across his face before he saw Yang Fan leaping towards him. He could not help but be shocked and immediately reached out to pull out his saber. Just as he pulled out his saber, Yang Fan had already arrived. He used all his strength with the saber in his hand and pierced through Huang Qilin's chest. With a flick of his wrist, his 5 fingers moved like a pipa and slashed towards Wang Wulve's throat. End the battle quickly. If he failed, Yang Fan was not afraid of exposing his identity. His identity as a workshop attendant was originally chosen to investigate the whereabouts of his enemy. Since the enemy's tracks were already clear, it did not matter anymore. Of course, if he continued to use this identity as a cover, it would be of great help to him. If he had no other choice, he would not be willing to expose himself. Wang Wulve fell to the ground. At the same time, Huang Qilin pulled back his saber and struck backwards with his left elbow. His body flipped to the side. These few movements were done in one go and were as fast as lightning. Although Huang Qilin was fat, his body was abnormally agile. He turned and moved, attacking and defending at the same time. In a short while, he had changed his body a few times. But when he retreated to the side of the stone railing and stood still, his strength was exhausted. His stomach had been pierced by a saber and slashed out diagonally. There was a large wound and his intestines were dragged on the ground for who knows how far. Under the dark shadows, he could not see the blood that was flowing out, but he knew that the faint black thing that was flowing out was his blood. So, a sharp arrow was shot out from the flowering shrubs behind the pavilion. As expected, there was an archer lying in ambush here. This archer's reaction was indeed fast. But in the small pavilion, Yang Fan's figure was constantly moving. He swept horizontally to assassinate Huang Qilin. With one hand on the stone platform, he crushed Wang Wulve's throat with the other and rolled to the side. He had done everything in one go. And in the small pavilion, Huang Qilin was leaning against the railing. Wang Wulve and Hua Xiaoqian were also standing. This meant that there was a meat screen in 3 possible directions where the archer could be lying in ambush. The archer's reaction could not be said to be slow. Moreover, he had seized the gap between the few people standing and quickly shot an arrow. But it was not easy to hit Yang Fan. Yang Fan killed Huang Qilin and Wang Wulyu with a wave of his hand. Then, he rushed into the flower bed, and a scream rang out from the flower bed. Yang Fan crashed into another flower bed on the other side, followed by another scream. Once an archer was closed in, he could only wait to be slaughtered. Hua Xiaoqian stood there like a wooden chicken. His body was cold and his teeth were chattering. Everything had happened too suddenly and too fast. He had never thought that the assassin was in the mansion, and right beside him. It was that simple and honest-looking Yang Fan. Quick, Hua Xiaoqian had only shouted one word. Before the word "come" left his mouth, his eyes bulged out of their sockets. At this time, Yang Fan was standing up from behind the shrubs, holding a large bough in his hand. This was a white birch bough, a standard tang bough. The wood of the bough and the birch bark used for decoration were all of excellent quality. When the bough was not fully stretched, it was more than 6 meters long, almost 7 meters. It was not much shorter than Yang Fan's body. The bowstring was vibrating so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Under the illumination of the lights in the pavilion, one could only vaguely see a halo of light where the bowstring was. Hua Xiaoqian slowly lowered his head and saw that there was an arrow stuck in his heart. The sharp arrow that could penetrate 5 layers of armor was deeply embedded in his heart. The triangular arrowhead hooked onto his heart. 6 blood grooves pumped out powerful blood from his heart and shot out from the wound. Hua Xiaoqian blankly raised his head. His eyes were unfocused. The corner of his mouth twitched. His knees gave way, and he sat back down on the stone bench. Yang Fan quickly flashed over and cut off Huang Qilin's head. Then he quickly took the knife from Hua Xiaoqian's ribs and stuffed his own bloody knife into Hua Xiaoqian's hands. Hua Xiaoqian sat there, a faint layer of light moving in his eyes. But it was reflected by the light. If you looked for yourself, you would see that his eyes were completely lifeless. Voices rose up from all directions, shouting incessantly. One by one, figures flew over from all directions. Yang Fan immediately flew back and fell beside Duan Wei Feng. Almost at the same time, the first group of people arrived. They saw that the lantern hanging under the pavilion was gently swaying in the wind. Huang Qilin had fallen face up on the railing. Half of his body was outside the railing. There was no head on his chest. The lower part of his body hung limply inside the railing. His abdomen was a bloody mess. Wang Wuyu was lying on his side on the ground, motionless. Hua Xiaoqian sat in front of the stone table in a daze. It was as if he had been scared silly. He ignored all the people surrounding him. But if one looked carefully at his chest, they would draw in a cold breath. A sharp arrow had pierced deeply into his body. His body was slightly leaning forward. The reason he did not fall was because the arrow was pressed against the stone table. Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to speak. The lanterns and torches burned quietly. Occasionally there would be a crackling sound. Among the people who had arrived in time, Wu Xiaodong's position was naturally the highest. Wu Xiaodong had a sharp chin and a protruding forehead. His cheeks were slightly sunken. He looked thin, but with a pair of sword-like eyebrows, he looked very heroic. He slowly walked towards Huang Qilin and reached out to help him up. But in the end, he withdrew his hand. He took a deep breath and suddenly turned around. He sternly asked, "Just now, who was the first to arrive?" Chapter 75. A worker next to Ma Qiao stepped forward. His shoulders did not shake and his body did not move. He had a standard military posture, but no one paid much attention to him. "Wu Beixing, we arrived first. Tell me, what did you see?" "This, at that time we just came out from behind the flowering shrubs. Ma Qiao walked in front of me, so—" The worker lowered his head in shame. "What I saw was what you saw." Wu Xiaodong looked at Ma Qiao again, his eyes like arrows. Ma Qiao's face was as pale as paper. He trembled like a leaf in the wind. It seemed that the bloody scene had scared him so much that he had not yet recovered from the shock. He looked at Wu Xiaodong, but his eyes were blank, as if he did not see anything. Wu Xiaodong scolded, "You cowardly thing, speak!" Ma Qiao trembled in shock. He said incoherently, "I don't know, I didn't see anything." "No, I actually didn't see." Wu Xiaodong was furious. He dashed in front of him, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up to his tiptoes. He roared, "Speak! What did you see?" Ma Qiao was completely awake. He shrunk his neck, his eyes darting around, and his voice trembled like a quail. This lowly one seemed to have saw a black shadow flash into the bushes over there and disappear. Then, I saw everyone in the pavilion die. This lowly one doesn't know if my eyes were playing tricks on me or if I really saw it. Wu Xiaodong stared at him for a long time. He let go of his hand. At this time, someone came forward to check the two unconscious people on the ground. He shouted, "Wu Beixing, they are still alive. They are just unconscious." Wu Xiaodong waved his hand and shouted, "Wake them up." The hall was as bright as day. Yang Mingxing, with his face covered with a white cloth, sat in the master's seat. Kai Dongqing and Wu Xiaodong sat on his left and right. Yang Fan and Duan Weifeng stood in front of them. Kai Dongqing said amiably, "Don't be afraid. Tell me what happened." Yang Fan seemed to have never experienced such a big scene before, so he was a little frightened. He nervously picked at his fingernails and said, "General, I didn't see anything. I just felt wind at the back of my head, and then my vision went black and I fainted. When I woke up again, I was already here." Kai Dongqing did not say anything, and turned his gaze towards Duan Weifeng. Duan Weifeng's face turned red and said awkwardly, "It's the same for you." At that time, I only heard him cry out in alarm, and his body fell forward. Then, I also suffered a fierce blow to the back of my head, and then I fainted, and when you woke up. Duan Weifeng's face turned red, but Kai Dongqing's face darkened. He slowly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and paced back and forth. After pacing for a long time, he impatiently waved his hand, and someone brought Duan Weifeng and Yang Fan away. "Young master!" Wu Xiaodong stood up and cupped his fist. "Here," Kai Dongqing said solemnly, "from now on, do not leave my side for even a moment." Wu Xiaodong knew that Lang Jiang was thinking of his safety. His heart warmed, and he immediately replied, "Yes." Kai Dongqing suddenly looked at Yang Mingxing, and in his eyes, there was a hidden rage. He hatefully said, "Yang Longzhong, because of you, I have already lost 3 generals." Yang Mingxing gave a strange smile and gloomily said, "What does this have to do with me? Kai Langjiang, what happened that year, you and I both had a part in it." Kai Dongqing flicked his sleeves and left, and cursed from afar, "This kind of trash, what's the point of living?" Yang Mingxing heard it, and slowly raised his head. His 2 black nostrils seemed to be sniffing the air, and hoarsely said, "Who said I have no joy in living? I want to know who he is. I want to know, will you be able to kill him, or will he be able to kill you? I will definitely know, I will definitely know." Kai Dongqing left Yang Mingxing's bedroom, and said to Wu Xiaodong, "Being led by the nose like this is not a good strategy. It is easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a stab in the dark. Tomorrow morning, we will withdraw all our men." Wu Xiaodong said, "Lang Jiang, are we not going to avenge our brothers?" Kai Dongqing said, "Of course we will, but not here, in our territory." He coldly glanced at Yang Mingxing's bedroom, and coldly said, "Since that assassin already knows that I am also his enemy, will he let me go? I was careless, and underestimated him. That's why I acted like I was possessed, and only wanted to use Yang Mingxing as bait. Little did I know that I am also the assassin's target. Since that's the case, why should I stay here? I want to see if he still dares to come to the military camp." The atmosphere in Yang Longzhong's residence was unprecedentedly tense, and the wind howled in all directions. The first 2 times, the assassin only killed important people, and the ordinary Marquis Wu's workshop workers were nervous, but not especially afraid. But this time, the assassin went on a killing spree, and those who died were not only the generals, but also the officials from the Ministry of Justice, and the Yang family's guards. For a moment, everyone was in danger. No one knew who the murderer was. No one knew his identity, no one knew where he came from, and no one knew his motive. To be able to come and go without a trace in the heavily guarded Yang residence, this kind of ability was simply unimaginable. Hence, everyone looked at Wu Xiaodong with a strange gaze, as if they were looking at a dead man. But at least tonight, everyone could be more at ease, because someone had died tonight. That assassin was like a sword that would not return to its sheath until it saw blood. Tonight, he had drunk his fill of blood, and it was probably time for him to return to his sheath and rest. But the sword did not return to its sheath. Yang Fan and Duan Weifeng were knocked unconscious, and although it was not fatal, they still had a splitting headache. Tonight's patrol mission could only be handed over to the other two, and they went back to rest. Duan Weifeng and the other new batch of so-called workshop workers, because they arrived late, had to find another place to stay. Ma Qiao accompanied Yang Fan back to the woodshed, gave him some water, watched him rest, and then continued to patrol. In the fourth watch period, Yang Fan's drunkenness suddenly stopped, and he quietly sat up. His usual habit was to leave immediately after he succeeded, and look for another opportunity. But this time, he had to do it earlier. Yang Mingxing had already suspected that there might be someone in the inner circle who was in cahoots with the assassin. His situation was getting worse by the day, and at the same time, the successful assassinations made the security even tighter. It would not be easy to sneak an attack again, and if the other party changed their residence, it would be even more difficult. Taking action now, firstly, was to catch them off guard, and secondly, was forced by the situation. There was a tree at the door, and in the tree there was a nest, and in the nest there were clothes, green headgear, short knife, short sword, and tiger boots were all wrapped up well in oilcloth. When Yang Fan changed them one by one, and then put on the exorcism ghost mask, he looked like a different person. This time, he wanted to fight head-on. Yang Fan lay on the cornice, like a sculpture of an evil repelling ridge beast. He had been lying on the cornice for close to 2 hours. Lights flickered and human figures moved. Although the assassin had already come tonight, and according to common sense, tonight should be safe, but after the enemy's bait was ineffective, and the defense shrank, it was obvious that the defense had become stricter. This was within Yang Fan's expectations. He didn't expect to be able to kill the enemy by surprise. Tonight, he was going to go on a killing spree. Yang Fan slowly unsheathed his short sword. The starlight filled the sky, and reflected on the blade, flashing a strange light. Yang Fan was about to pounce when 2 patrolling guards holding torches suddenly came out from the corner of the wall. Yang Fan lay down again, because one of the two was Ma Qiao. Fortunately, they did not stay there for long and quickly left. Yang Fan knew that Ma Qiao still had another 2 hours before his shift would be over, and he would need at least the time of 3 incense sticks to burn to make 1 round. Yang Fan waited quietly, and when he estimated that Ma Qiao had already gone far away, another 2 patrolling guards came out from the corner of the wall. Yang Fan's legs bounced off the ground, and he floated down to the ground. There were 2 patrolling guards, and there were 2 fixed sentries in the same place, and 2 archers in the grass. The archers were hidden, but Yang Fan had been lying in ambush on the cornice for 2 hours, so how could they not move at all? Therefore, Yang Fan knew each person's position like the back of his hand. The first thing Yang Fan had to deal with was the archers, and the biggest threat to him was undoubtedly these 2 people. The arrows were fast, and it was night time, so he was not confident that he could avoid them. The 2 patrolling guards walked over, and Yang Fan suddenly landed on the ground. He swept past the 2 patrolling guards like a black shadow, and directly pounced on an archer hidden in the grass. The archer could only be slaughtered when the assassin got close to him. Yang Fan did not stop for a moment. With a wave of his sword and a kick, the archer's body was ruthlessly smashed into another corner where the other archers were hiding. Then, he pounced forward. At this moment, the 2 night patrollers he passed by fell to the ground with their hands on their throat. "The assassin is here!" The 2 sentries standing at the door shouted. The moment they unsheathed their swords, Yang Fan had already finished off the second archer, and pounced on them. "Good thief, you dare come again? Let's see where you can run now." Wu Xiaodong had been sleeping with his clothes on, and when he heard the noise, he immediately appeared at the door. When he saw Yang Fan, who was wearing green clothes and a green headgear, his eyes turned red, and he drew his sword and rushed forward. The wind whistled, and Wu Xiaodong's figure arrived as he shouted. The sword in his hand slashed out a dozen times in an instant, and halos seemed to appear around Yang Fan's body. Wu Xiaodong's attack could be said to be unusually fierce. Yang Fan was still able to deal with the combined attack of 2 guards and a fully prepared bull. His short sword was like lightning, and one of the guards spun and screamed as he fell. Yang Fan leaped forward. His dagger tapped on another Imperial bodyguard's saber. His body crouched down and sprang up. The saber in his boot was already in his palm, with a diagonal upward thrust toward Wu Xiaodong's throat. Kill! Suddenly there was a flash of light from the sword. Although Yang Fan's sword could take Wu Xiaodong's life, his own arm would definitely be chopped off. Yang Fan withdrew his sword in time, and turned his body to dodge. As he leapt backwards, he held the hilt of his sword in a reverse grip and stabbed out. The other guard cried out in pain and fell backwards, dead. As soon as Yang Fan's feet landed on the ground, the 2 swords whistled through the air, and chopped towards him at the same time. The palace commander Kai Dongqing arrived, and together with the fully prepared bull Wu Xiaodong, they fought Yang Fan together. Chapter 76. The sound of clappers, gongs, and drums filled the air, and the sentries hidden everywhere in the Yang mansion gathered here one after another. The archers knocked their arrows and aimed at the 3 people who were fighting like lanterns, but did not dare to shoot. The speed at which the 3 people changed positions was too fast, and their eyesight could not keep up. If they shot an arrow, it was hard to tell who it would hit. As soon as Kai Dongqing and Wu Xiaodong exchanged blows with Yang Fan, they found out that this person's martial arts were very high. An inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. Yang Fan's hands were full of daggers and daggers, tightly entangled with them, attacking their vital points. They also wanted to retreat and let the archers shoot Yang Fan like a hedgehog, but Yang Fan was very tight, and they could not escape. If they retreated now, they would be stabbed by Yang Fan, so they could only constantly change their positions and attack fiercely with their daggers. On the surface, the 2 daggers whistled through the air, as if the assassin was completely enveloped in their attacks, but in reality, they knew that they were suffering. They wanted to escape, but they did not have the strength to do so. However, the surrounding guards could not tell what was going on. They all thought that the 2 generals had gained the upper hand, so they just tightly guarded the doors to prevent the assassin from escaping. Yang Fan was entangled with the 2 people, and his body gradually shrank under the flashing daggers, as if he was about to be chopped into pieces by the 2 sharp 1000-bull sabers. Suddenly, Yang Fan laughed, and his short sword suddenly burst out with a brilliance that was even more brilliant than Kai Dongqing's 1000-bull saber. His dagger was tighter and tighter, and with every step he took, it was impossible to tell how many times he stabbed. Kai Dongqing was retreating, and with every step, the dagger in his hand danced like a wheel of light, desperately resisting Yang Fan's crazy counterattack. Behind them, Wu Xiaodong's body swayed a little, and he suddenly stabbed his saber into the ground to support his body. A dagger was stabbed into his chest, all the way to the hilt. At the critical moment, Yang Fan let go of the dagger in his hand and let it fly out, directly piercing his heart and severing his arteries and veins. Yang Fan was very clear that Wu Xiaodong didn't have long to live. That's why he gathered all his strength to capture Kai Dongqing. He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. As long as Kai Dongqing broke away from the battle, he would be in danger. The situation took a turn for the worse, and everyone became nervous. All the archers drew their bowstrings and pointed their arrowheads forward, following the movements of the 2 figures, but they did not dare to shoot the arrow. The Xiaozhou murder case, 147 lives. Die, you bastard! In the midst of the fierce battle, Yang Fan suddenly roared out these words like a spring thunder. Everyone was guessing his intention, and everyone was guessing the assassin's goal. Today, he publicly fought, and also publicly announced his reason for appearing here. He was seeking justice for all the elders of the Peach Blossom Village, for his parents, and for his elder sister. As soon as the word "come" came out, Yang Fan suddenly leaped backward. Their figures suddenly separated, but Kai Dongqing was still wielding his saber, and quickly retreated. He retreated 3 steps in a row, and only then was he able to catch his breath. Under the illumination of the lanterns and torches, cries of alarm could be heard. Kai Dongqing's body was covered with blood, and the blood was gurgling out. In an instant, his robe was dyed red. No one knew how many times he had been stabbed by Yang Fan in that instant. Yang Fan's figure rapidly retreated until he reached Wu Xiaodong's side. Wu Xiaodong was already dead, but his stiff body was still leaning on the steel saber. Yang Fan leaped up like a hare and landed on the ground, and in a flash, he arrived beside Wu Xiaodong and snatched his 1,000-bull saber. Wu Xiaodong's body lost its support and fell forward. The saber in Yang Fan's hand flashed with a white light, and a head fell to the ground. Not far away, Kai Dongqing's eyes were lifeless as he watched all of this. He powerlessly raised his saber, and then loosened his hand. The saber in his hand fell to the ground, and his body also slowly leaned back. Yang Fan raised his hand, and a light wheel appeared in his palm, whistling as it rolled toward Kai Dongqing. At the same time, his figure rapidly retreating toward the house that Kai Dongqing and Wu Xiaodong had just emerged from. A light green silhouette flashed past the steps, flashed past the door, and suddenly flashed into the room. As soon as the figure entered the room, the 2 doors immediately closed with a bang. Several timely sharp arrows were nailed into the door, and the good quality Nanmu door was pierced through. Who? The rotating saber wheel swept past the neck of Kai Dongqing, who was about to fall, and chopped off his head. Not only did this assassin kill someone, he even risked the danger of being hit by the sharp arrows and insisted on chopping off the other person's head. Even if the other person was already dead, he still insisted on mutilating the corpse. What kind of hatred was this? Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that a general of the Fengchen Guards and 4 generals of the 1,000 Oxen Guards had all been decapitated. 5 people, 5 heads. These generals of the Fengchen Guards had only come to help them capture the thief, so how did they end up incurring such hatred from this assassin? Everyone was holding their weapons and standing there with torches. Looking at the 2 headless corpses on the ground, their hearts were filled with waves of cold. Just as they were panicking, thick smoke accompanied by fire came out of the house. The assassin had set fire to the house. Immediately after, flames began to rise everywhere, and the entire Yang residence was lit up in the night sky of Luoyang. The entire Yang residence had become a pot of porridge. There were people saving people, people running for their lives, people trying to save their belongings. There were cries, roars, curses, the workshop attendants, Marquis of Wu, the soldiers, the officials of the Ministry of Justice, the officials of Luoyang Prefecture, and the servants of the Yang family. These people all had their own commanders and did not belong to any of them. In such a chaotic situation, they were all like headless flies. Under the command of their superiors, they were all trying to deal with the situation before them. The assassin had not left yet. He flashed left and right, incessantly setting fire, turning the entire Yang residence upside down. The soldiers chased after him relentlessly, but he appeared and disappeared like a fish in water in the Yang residence. Bows and arrows were completely useless in this chaotic situation. It seemed that after killing the person he wanted to kill, the assassin's wish had been fulfilled, and he only wanted to cause trouble. Although he could not cause too much damage to the Yang residence under the pressure of the soldiers, he did not leave. Instead, he set fire everywhere and injured people. The number of workers and soldiers he injured was no less than 10. In the end, other than the soldiers who were enraged, as long as the others saw the assassin appear, they would scatter, not daring to fight at all. "Save me! Put out the fire! Quick, take out the valuables inside! Catch the assassin!" Amidst the rising and falling shouts, Yang Fan also stumbled out. His shoulder was injured, and he covered it with one hand. He was only wearing a small shirt, and his hair was disheveled. He looked incomparably miserable. Because he was determined to cut off Wu Xiaodong and Kai Dongqing's heads, Yang Fan's movements were still a moment too slow. The moment he dodged into the room, a sharp arrow passed through the gap of the door and hit him in the shoulder. In order to avoid being seen by others, he simply stabbed his own wound with a knife. Earlier, he had used the knife to injure people for this purpose. Steward Lu grabbed a person and shouted to put out the fire. Yang Fan, who had just found someone to help him bandage his wound, was also grabbed as a strong man. He broke a branch from somewhere and desperately beat it a few times. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he went around to the other side of the fire. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he dashed into a house that had not yet caught on fire. In a moment, Yang Fan came out through the back window, and the fire in the room was already lit. Not long after, Yang Fan appeared in another fire. He splashed a basin of water on the burning torch, then carried the basin and ran back. On the way to the pond, he killed 2 soldiers who were alone. After a while, the kitchen in the side courtyard also caught on fire. Then, in front of Yang Mingxing's bedroom, a bucket of vegetable oil fell to the ground and turned into a raging fire. "Oh, what's wrong? What's wrong?" Yang Fan was running in panic when he bumped into a person and fell to the ground together. The person got up in a panic. It was Yang Mingxing's little attendant, Mu Ninger. Yang Mingxing could not study, nor could he handle official business. He could not even drink tea, and his temper had become more and more strange. Therefore, Mu Ninger did not need to serve him these days. His dormitory was lent to an inspector of the Ministry of Justice, and he himself moved to the front residence. At this time, he had just run to the back residence. Mu Ninger cried, "The assassins have set the fire! Many people have been killed. Put out the fire, save Ah Lang. Ah Lang's residence is on fire. Hurry up, save Ah Lang." Steward Lu appeared at the door of Yang Mingxing's bedroom with a face full of smoke. He cried, "Hurry up, save Ah Lang." At this time, most of the houses were made of wood, so it was easy to catch fire. Moreover, Yang Fan had poured a bucket of vegetable oil on the ground, which made the fire even fiercer. The fire was so fierce that the doors and windows were sealed. Even those who were 3 or 4 feet away could feel the heat wave hitting their faces. Who dared to go forward? Steward Lu raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "Save Ah Lang! 100,000, reward him 100,000. Money was something that could only be earned and spent if one was alive. The assassins were killing people everywhere. Now, even the servants of the Yang mansion were hiding and looking for a way to survive. It was fine for a few family members to pour a bucket of water on the fire, but who would be willing to rush into the burning house to save people? Everyone pretended not to hear. 1 million. Whoever saves Ah Lang will be rewarded with 1 million. Steward Lu was so anxious that he could not find his wife in the chaos. So, he simply took over the house and offered a reward of 1 million. In the raging fire, Yang Fan stepped forward bravely and said, "I'll go." The servants and maids around him all looked at him, only to see him standing in the eye of the money, with the word He above his head, the word Yuan under his feet, the word Tong in his left hand, and the word Bao in his right hand. The image of a shy boy suddenly became unusually tall. Steward Lu said excitedly, "Good, good, good. Hurry up and save Ah Lang, I won't go back on my word." Yang Fan snatched a quilt, and a few servants beside him immediately carried a few buckets of water and poured it on the quilt. Yang Fan wrapped the soaked quilt, dashed a few steps, and threw himself into the bonfire. Chapter 77. The fire in the room was actually not too big. The silk screen in the outer room had already been burnt by the high temperature, but the furniture and utensils were still unharmed. At this moment, the room was like the water curtain cave in the mountain of flowers and fruits. Outside was a curtain of water, but inside was a different world. Yang Mingxing felt his way to the door of the room. Even though his face was wrapped in thick bandages, but his hands and feet were being roasted, and the heat waves he breathed in and swallowed made it clear to him that there was a fire in the room. Yang Mingxing could not help but shout, Someone come! Someone come quickly! He had once felt that there was nothing left to live for, but when the god of death really walked in front of him, he still felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Sir Langzhong, there is no need to be anxious. It will take a while for the fire to reach here. An old and somewhat hoarse voice suddenly sounded in his ears. This voice was far too familiar to Yang Mingxing. He did not know how many nightmares he had these past few days, but all of them were filled with this voice. Yang Mingxing jumped in fright and almost fell down, but he was firmly supported by a pair of arms. The heat in the room surged, but Yang Mingxing felt a bone-chilling cold. He would never forget this person. It was this person who used boiling water to cruelly blind his eyes, burned his face, and destroyed his future and hopes. Now, he heard this voice again. Yang Mingxing's body violently trembled. He suddenly asked in a hoarse voice, "Where is Kai Dongqing?" "Dead." "Wu Xiaodong." "He's also dead." That person lightly laughed. "In addition, a few people have died. Right now, your residence is on fire. When the sun rises, your residence will become a piece of white land." Yang Mingxing screamed in a hoarse voice, "Demon, you demon! Don't be impatient, Yang Langzhong. We don't have much time left." The voice by his ear was very gentle. "This fire is actually not big at all. It will only burn one of your Yang family's residences. For the entirety of Luoyang City, and even for the entire Xiaowen workshop, it will not have the slightest effect. It will not affect other families, and even your own family and relatives will not be affected much." The outer hall had already begun to burn. The doors and windows made crackling sounds, just like firecrackers during the New Year. Yang Fan said, "You and your wife do not get along. I heard that even your daughter is not your biological daughter." Yang Fan moved closer to his ear and whispered, "That little girl, I've seen her before. She is very beautiful. That facial features really do not resemble you at all. Master Langzhong is really perceptive. She is indeed not your daughter. No wonder you dislike her so much." Yang Mingxing was so angry that his entire body began to tremble. His eye sockets were filled with pain, most likely from his wounds. "Get out of my way! Get out of my way!" Yang Fan leisurely said, "If you die, your wife can remarry. Perhaps she can marry the person she truly likes. And the daughter you've raised for so many years will also find her biological father. They can live better lives, at least happier than when they were by your side. Your family and servants can also be packed up and sent to other people. And this residence of yours, after it has been burnt to a piece of white land, your wife will perhaps sell this land to someone else and move in with her lover. Or perhaps she will build a new mansion here. After all, although her family does not have any power, they are very rich. They can build a bedroom here and set up her wedding bed on top of your bones." Yang Mingxing's body was trembling. Every word of Yang Fan was like a knife, deeply stabbing into his heart. Every word that Yang Fan said undoubtedly had a high possibility of becoming a reality. Because of this, that kind of anger and sorrow was far more unbearable than the pain on his body. But he was no longer the authoritative disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice who held the power of life and death. In the raging fire, he was only a blind man without the strength to truss a chicken. An assassin could crush him like an ant at any time. He was trembling like a leaf in the wind. Yang Fan's voice gradually became cold, like a bleak autumn wind, blowing past his body. "And me? Yang Langzhong, that fire that you set burned my sky, burned everything that I had. That day, I fell from a tree and went out for the first time after recuperating at home for 3 months. That day, my mother was making bone soup for me at home. She said that it would take 100 days for my injured muscles and bones to recover, so I still had to continue recuperating. My father was sharpening a ruler, because I did not want to study properly. He broke the ruler when he was teaching me a lesson. That day, Sister Xiao was embroidering a wedding dress under the sun, while Uncle Chiu and Uncle Fang were playing chess under the shade of a tree. I don't remember whether it was a locust tree or an elm tree, it was too long ago. That day, my neighbor's Sanshizi was herding sheep in the wilderness. I was chased by a big white goose, and my sister carried me up the mountain. Yang Fan's eyes gradually filled with crystalline tears. He looked at Yang Mingxing, who could no longer stand steadily. The light from the fire reflected on his face, but it was as cold as reflecting a block of ice. With a single order from you, all of my family died, my friends and my neighbors also died. That village was labeled as a plague, and since then, it has become an abandoned land. Now it has become a wasteland. You killed my entire family, but I only seek revenge on you, not your wife and daughter. You are much luckier than me, don't you think so, Yang Longzhong? You are not an old man. Hearing his words, Yang Mingxing suddenly came back to his senses. Yang Fan quietly said, "Yes, I am not old. That year, I was only 9 years old. Thanks to you, from that year onwards, I became an orphan." His voice was no longer old, but had returned to the clear voice of a young man. Yang Mingxing's trembling body gradually calmed down. He already knew that he had no way out. The other party would not let him go, so why should he be afraid? After all, he was not an ordinary person. At this time, his spiritual sense gradually became clear. Thinking back to everything that had happened in the past, he could no longer say that he hated him. After all, the other party had enough reason to seek revenge on him. Although if he had the slightest chance, he still would not let go of the opportunity to put the other party to death, but this in itself had nothing to do with hatred. But he also knew that this kind of opportunity was also impossible. Right now, he only had one doubt left. Why did this person take the risk to break into the room to see him? Yang Longzhong, your life ends today. I came to see you because I want to ask clearly who it was that made you come all the way to Xiaozhou to kill people. Who is the mastermind behind the scenes, and what is your purpose? Yang Mingxing let out a strange sneer and asked mockingly, "What makes you think I will tell you?" Yang Fan said, "Because Kai Dongqing and the others are all dead and you will die soon. If you don't tell me, it is very likely that I will never find out the truth of the Xiaozhou murder case." Yang Mingxing sneered and said, "So what? Could it be that if the Xiaozhou murder case cannot be redressed, I will not die in peace?" Yang Fan said calmly, "In that case, I won't be able to find the real murderer. If I can't find the real murderer, I won't be able to continue the investigation. If I can't continue the investigation, then, for me, it will be a pity, but I won't be in any danger. I can buy a house, marry a wife, have children, and live a good life. And the real mastermind behind you can also live with a clear conscience until he dies of old age. I think, this is not what you want to see, right?" These words sounded a bit strange, but Yang Mingxing understood, so he became silent. Yang Mingxing was silent for a long time. The fire was burning closer and closer. Even Yang Fan had a feeling of suffocation and burning pain. From time to time, a piece of wood for fuel would fall from the roof, and sparks would fly in front of them. The house was already on the verge of collapse. Yang Fan wrapped himself in the quilt and said, "Originally, I wanted to give you a quick death. Now you can slowly burn in the fire. When the fire engulfs your body, remember to think about how many innocent people have died in your hands like this." Yang Fan wanted to jump out of the house, but Yang Mingxing suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Yang Fan stopped. Yang Mingxing screamed, "Miao Shunka, Qiu Shinji!" Yang Fan flashed to his side, raised his foot and kicked, using a square table to knock away a falling wooden beam. Amid the sparks he asked, "Miao Shunka, Qiu Shinji? Why did they want to massacre that manor?" He had heard of the name Qiu Shinji, but he had never heard of Miao Shunka. Yang Mingxing laughed crazily. His laughter sounded like he was crying. "How would I know? Ha ha ha, in the eyes of the powerful, I, Yang, am just a nobody. If they want me to do something, I have to do it. How would I know why? Ha 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 ha, I also want to know why." When Yang Fan rushed out of the fire, the house behind him shook a few times and collapsed with a loud bang. The fire immediately became more intense, forcing people to retreat more than 10 steps before they could stand firmly. Yang Fan's clothes were burnt in many places, and his hair and eyebrows were burnt. Steward Lu supported him and asked anxiously, "Where is our Lang?" Yang Fan shook his head and said, "The fire was too big. I didn't find the doctor. Later, I couldn't bear it anymore and ran out." The sky was turning white. Amidst the dancing flames, the bell on the gate of heaven rang. The ringing of the bell covered the cries and screams in Yang Mingxing's house. Chapter 78. Yang Longzhong's residence has so many soldiers and officials. Since when was it your turn to show off? You just had to rush in to save him. Look at your injuries. What if you become disabled? Jiang Suning sat on the edge of the bed and kept complaining. His mother and Ma Qiao stood to the side and let Jiang Suning say all the words. Even they couldn't interrupt. Pasta was an unmarried lady and Yang Fan was a single young man. Therefore, Jiang Suning didn't usually come to Yang Fan's house. This time, when he heard that Yang Fan was injured at Lang Zhong's residence, he hurriedly dragged his mother to visit. Yang Fan said shyly, "Sister Ning, it's not what you think. I was already injured before I broke into Yang Longzhong's bedroom to save him. The assassin was running around the residence and setting fires. I was sleeping in my room when I heard the commotion in the residence. I ran out in a daze and was stabbed in the head. Luckily I ran fast enough. It's just that Steward Lu clearly said he would give me $1 million at the beginning. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rushed into the fire and risked my life. At that time, Steward Lu said he would give him $1 million. However, since he couldn't save Yang Longzhong, the reward was naturally reduced. In the end, he only gave him 10,000. Jiang Suning poked his forehead and said coquettishly, What if you rushed in and burned your face? You'd look like an ugly monster. At that time, you wouldn't even be able to cry. You really value money more than your life. I was so angry that I wanted to ignore you. This is the chicken soup my mother made for you early in the morning. Drink it while it's still hot." She helped Yang Fan sit up. Mother Jiang poured a bowl of chicken soup from the crock. Yang Fan took it and drank a few mouthfuls. Suddenly, he remembered something. He raised his head and asked, "Sister Ning, where did this chicken soup come from? You killed the old hen at home?" Jiang Suning nodded. Yang Fan lamented, sigh. "That old hen was very good at laying eggs. Why did you kill it? What a pity." Jiang Suning rolled his eyes at him and said, "Otherwise, how would you have chicken soup to drink? Is an old hen more valuable than your life?" Mother Jiang said, "That's right. Xiao Fan, don't stand on ceremony with us. Although you're not related to our family in any way, we're as close as family. Last time, Ning Er's marriage was all thanks to your help. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a good life in this lifetime. Auntie only has one daughter. If I watch her jump into the fire pit, I won't be able to close my eyes even if I die." She stroked Yang Fan's hair and said kindly, "I don't have a son, so I treat you like my own. There's also Ma Qiao." Mother Jiang raised her head and glanced at Ma Qiao. Ever since Ma Qiao entered the house, he hadn't said much. Occasionally, he would sneak a glance at Yang Fan with a strange look. But because Pasta had been scolding Yang Fan non-stop the moment he entered the house, Yang Fan had no time to pay attention to him and didn't notice anything strange. Mother Jiang said, "I've watched Ma Qiao grow up since he was young. He's also very good friends with Ning. Auntie is getting on in years. In the future, all of you young people will be neighbors. You have to take care of each other." Yang Fan said, "Auntie, don't worry. Although Sister Ning, Brother Qiao, and I aren't siblings from the same mother, our affection is not fake. We will support each other and take care of each other. In the future, no matter who is rich or successful, no matter who is down and out, this affection will never change. Sister Ning, Brother Qiao, don't you think so?" When Ma Qiao heard Yang Fan's words, The layer of doubt buried in his eyes was dispelled like the haze in the morning. He nodded heavily and said, "Yes. No matter what happens to us in the future, we will always be good friends and brothers." As he said that, he turned to Mother Jiang and said, "Xiao Fan, drink the soup. I'll eat the meat. Anyway, the taste of the meat has been stewed out. It's very unpalatable. It's a pity not to eat it." Mother Jiang was angry and amused at the same time. She said, "You only know how to eat. Here, take it and fish out the meat. Sai, look at the mess in this house. Auntie and Ning help clean it up. If a man doesn't have a woman to take care of him at home." Speaking up to this point, Mother Jiang suddenly remembered that Yang Fan's bride-to-be had just run away with someone. She couldn't help but regret her slip of the tongue. She quickly lowered her head to work and didn't say anything else. At this time, a woman's voice came from outside. "Is this Yang Fan's house?" Before the voice died away, the door was pushed open and a woman walked in. Ma Qiao looked up and said unhappily, "Hey! This auntie is so unreasonable. Why did she barge in without the owner's permission?" When the woman heard that, her face immediately became long. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "What auntie? Who's an auntie? I'm still a girl." This auntie, who was still a girl, was about 33 or 34 years old. Her figure was a little plump and her appearance was quite pleasing to look at. Her skin was soft and tender, but her thin lips were slightly hooked and her almond-shaped eyes were slightly raised. No matter how you looked at her, she gave off a domineering aura. She was wearing a green dress. Judging from her hairstyle, she was indeed dressed like an unmarried girl. The girl in green looked at Mother Jiang and Jiang Suning and glared at them. She said, "Didn't you say that Yang Fan is alone and has no family? Who are you?" Mother Jiang didn't know where this woman came from, so she explained, "Oh, we're Xiao Fan's neighbors. Xiao Fan was injured, so we came over to help take care of her. Who is this lady?" At this time, Yang Fan also put the bowl of soup to the side. He looked at the auntie who called herself a lady and asked with some confusion, "I'm Yang Fan. Who is this lady?" The girl in green walked around Mother Jiang and saw that Yang Fan was sitting on the couch. She immediately pursed her lips and smoothed out her brows. She put on a happy expression and her voice was filled with a cloying sweetness. "This must be the second son of the Yang family, right?" Fortunately, although his hair was burnt, his skin wasn't burned. "Io, where are you hurt? Are you alright?" As the girl spoke, she actually started to move her hands and feet to help him examine him. Yang Fan was baffled and quickly moved away from this auntie, who acted as if she was close to him. He asked, "Who is this lady?" The girl in green smiled and said, "This servant's name is Kai Yun. My master heard that the second son of the Yang family was injured and specially asked me to bring a doctor to take a look at the second son." During the Tang dynasty, doctors were called doctors. By the end of the 5 dynasties, doctors were still called doctors in the north, while doctors in the south were called doctors. By the Song dynasty, doctors were called doctors. In this era, it wasn't wrong for doctors to be called doctors. However, to be called a doctor, one had to have some achievements in the field of medicine. Even if one wasn't a national expert, one had to be a well-known figure. The other party actually invited a doctor, which showed how much importance they attached to him. Yang Fan was stunned and said in surprise, "May I know who this lady's master is? I've never met him before. Why did you invite a famous doctor to treat my injury?" Kai Yun's eyes lit up and she said with a smile like a flower, "My master is a distant elder of the Yang Langzhong family. The second son of the Yang family risked his life to enter the fire to save someone. Although he didn't manage to save the doctor, the Yang family is still grateful for his action. That steward Lu only rewarded him with 10,000 taels, which made the master very unhappy. Although Yang Langzhong is no longer here, the Yang family is still here. How could such a heartless act come from the hands of the Yang family? Because of this, my master invited a famous doctor and asked me to bring him here to treat the second son of the Yang family. The master is busy dealing with the funeral affairs for the doctor. After the funeral is over, he will personally come to express his gratitude." After Kai Yun finished speaking, she flew out like a magpie and stood at the door, calling out happily, "Dr. Jiang, please come in." Yang Fan and Ma Chiao looked at each other, while Jiang Suning said happily, "It's rare that the distant elder of the Yang family is so understanding. If the Yang family didn't care about Xiao Fan, people would really criticize them. How could they continue to live in the Xiao Wen workshop in the future?" Yang Fan secretly frowned. "I always feel that the words of the servant named Kai Yun are somewhat untrue. A distant elder of the Yang family loves the reputation of the Yang family so much that in order not to let people say that the Yang family is heartless, he took the initiative to invite a famous doctor to treat him? Isn't he afraid that the Yang family will be unhappy? Could it be that someone is suspicious of me and is looking for an excuse to check my wound?" Yang Fan secretly raised his guard. There was a horse carriage parked outside the courtyard. Following Lady Kai Yun's shout, an old man in a green robe with a round collar and large sleeves got out of the carriage. He wore a silk headband and had a long beard. He had an elegant demeanor and an extraordinary bearing. Then, a manservant got out of the carriage, carrying a medicine box. He was accompanied by 2 servants in green robes and small hats. The old doctor was a famous doctor in Luoyang. His surname was Jiang and his name was Yi Chun. He was quite famous in Xinglin and his nickname was Magic Hands Bring Back the Spring. However, this doctor only cared about profit. If you didn't have money, even if you were about to die in front of his house, and he could save your life with just a little finger, he still wouldn't help. Because of this, his medical ethics were lacking and his reputation wasn't very good. However, this Dr. Jiang's medical skills were indeed very high. He usually went in and out of the mansions of the rich and powerful. Now that he was in such a small room, Dr. Jiang was very unwilling. He frowned in disgust and used a handkerchief to cover his mouth as he looked disdainfully at the people in the room. Yang Fan secretly raised his guard and said, "Thank you for your trouble, sir. I was only stabbed once and suffered some minor external injuries. I've already applied medicine, so there's no need for further treatment. Lady Kaiyun, please reply to your esteemed master and say that this Yang appreciates his good intentions." As soon as Yang Fan finished speaking, Dr. Jiang pointed at him with his handkerchief and shouted, "Ignorant child, do you know better or do I know better? Minor external injuries? Ignorant. Extremely ignorant. Bumping, twisting, falling, and even insect bites, scalds, burns, frostbite, etc. No matter how big or small, they can all be fatal. How can you treat them lightly?" Yang Fan was stunned by the scolding and could not help but say, "Dr. Jiang, I only suffered a knife wound, not a sprain, not an insect bite, and not a burn or frostbite." Dr. Jiang blew his beard and glared at him, saying again, "Ignorant child, do you know better or do I know better? I'm saying this to tell you that if you're not careful, a small injury can turn into a serious illness. If it's light, it can turn into bruises and swelling, tendons and bones, bleeding and suppuration. If it's serious, it can damage the internal organs, causing you to fall into a coma and convulse for a long time. It can even turn into spasms, tetanus, and you can't be treated and die. Not to mention being injured by sharp weapons?" Chapter 79. The people in the room were stunned when they heard this, especially Yang Fan's mother. Usually, she didn't take it seriously when it was just a scratch. Now that Dr. Jiang said this, it was as if Yang Fan had a terminal illness and would die immediately. Everyone was so shocked that their faces changed. Dr. Jiang continued, "Let's talk about burns. When the fire poison enters the body, the light damages the skin, the wound is red and swollen, the fire blisters, and the serious damage is the skin." Yang Fan quickly interrupted him. "Dr. Jiang, I am not scalded. I was just burned by the fire, and my eyebrows and hair are curled. Dr. Jiang stared at him and shouted, "Ignorant child, do you know better or do I know better? Burns can be light and dark. Light burns on the surface, the heat poison will leak out and the skin will fester. If it's dark burns, the heat poison will invade and damage the internal organs. If it's light, the heat will attack the internal organs, and the body fluid will seep out, making the patient restless, feverish, dry mouth, less urine, and death." Jiang Mu's mother was shocked and quickly said to Yang Fan, "Xiao Fan, don't be stubborn. Dr. Jiang is one of the 7 famous doctors in Luoyang. Dr. Jiang's words can't be wrong. Quickly call Dr. Jiang to take a good look at you." Then she whispered, "Anyway, it's not our money." Dr. Jiang shook his sleeves, revealing his 2 hands. He put them behind his back and said in a clear voice, "Yang Gu, prepare to treat." His little disciple answered, put down the medicine box, and chased everyone out. Get out, my master is preparing to treat." Jiang Suning was surprised and said, "We are just watching from the side and won't say anything, so we don't need to go out." Like his master, Yang Gu glared at him and said in an old-fashioned tone, "Fool! The patient is a man and he is injured. If you want to treat him, you will have to take off your clothes. You are a woman, how can you stay in the room?" Jiang Suning felt that it made sense, so he left with his mother. Ma Qiao said, "I am a man, I don't need to go out, right?" Yang Gu glared at him again and scolded, "Idiot! Our master's medical skills have always been kept a secret. How would we know if you know medical skills or not? How would we know if you know medical skills or not? Shouldn't he avoid suspicion?" When Ma Qiao heard this, he left in a sorry state. Miss Kai Yun also retreated and closed the door, leaving only Yang Fan, Dr. Jiang, his disciple, and the 2 servants of a noble family in green clothes and small hats. Yang Fan looked on coldly from the side. He faintly felt that the purpose of this Dr. Jiang's visit was not as he had said. He secretly raised his guard, but on the surface, he still looked as if he was at the mercy of Dr. Jiang. He wanted to see what kind of tricks they were playing. Dr. Jiang walked to Yang Fan's side, bent down to look at him, nodded and said, "N." A few strands of his hair had been burnt off, and his eyebrows were a little burnt. However, it didn't matter. After a few days they would grow back. If it doesn't work, this old man can still take some medicine and apply it externally. I can guarantee that your hair will be as shiny as before. Yang Fan laughed dryly and said, "Dr. Jiang, even if my hair is burnt off, it shouldn't be a threat to my life, right? Shouldn't you take a look at my injury first?" Right. Where is your injury?" Yang Fan pointed to his left shoulder and said, "My left shoulder was hit by a knife. Fortunately, it wasn't a vital point. I feel that it didn't affect my movements too much. I don't think my muscles and bones were injured." Dr. Jiang let out a sigh of relief and said, "Only your shoulder? That's good. Untie it and take a look." The young disciple went forward to untie the bandage on Yang Fan's shoulder. Yang Fan didn't say anything and just let them do as they pleased. When the wound was revealed, Dr. Jiang bent down to examine it for a while and nodded, saying, "N. Not bad, although the wound is big, it didn't hurt your muscles or bones. After resting for a few days, it will be fine." He then sniffed the medicine applied on Yang Fan's shoulder and said with a face full of disdain, "You call this golden wound medicine? Without at least 4 key medicines, the recovery of the wound will inevitably be slower. If the dressing is not changed in time, it will inevitably fester and rot. Even if the wound heals, it will still leave a large scar. Not beautiful. Dr. Jiang raised his head and said with his nose pointing to the sky, "Disciple, scrape off the medicine applied on his wound and replace it with my own high-grade golden wound medicine." Yang Gu agreed and opened the medicine box. Taking out a box of white porcelain ointment, he opened the lid and a rich medicinal fragrance immediately rushed out. Yang Fan let him scrape off the medicine and did not refuse. Although he doubted the other party's intentions in diagnosing his illness, he didn't doubt the authenticity of the medicine. If the other party saw any flaws in the wound, he could have just turned around and left. He could have mobilized a large number of soldiers to surround the area, and it was impossible for him to have prepared medicine beforehand to arrest him. After all, the government is the government, not the thieves of the lower 5 sections. Moreover, if the government really wanted to arrest him, the most likely method would be to directly arrest him and send him to prison to investigate if he was innocent. After the medicine was applied, waves of coolness could be felt from the wound and the pain was greatly reduced. It seemed that although Dr. Jiang had bad medical ethics and was arrogant, he did have the right to be arrogant. After the medicine was applied and the wound was carefully bandaged with a white cloth, Dr. Jiang said again, "Come, take off his clothes. This old man will carefully examine other parts of his body." Yang Gu agreed and unbuttoned Yang Fan's shirt. Dr. Jiang's eyes lit up. Looking at Yang Fan's 2 strong chest muscles and his abdomen like a pair of plates, he praised, "Good! I couldn't tell that with your delicate appearance and thin appearance, your body is actually so strong. Not bad at all." Looking at the smile on his face, it was like a madam suddenly buying a peerless beauty at a low price, causing Yang Fan's hair to stand on end. Dr. Jiang smiled and said, Come, the 2 of you go up and help. Take off his clothes and let this old man examine him." Yang Fan turned pale with fright. "Dr. Jiang, my lower body is not injured." Dr. Jiang twirled his beard and said slowly, "This is the problem of the fire poison that this old man was talking about. If the fire poison invades the body and cannot be removed externally, it will damage the meridians, causing blockage of the meridians. Women are of the yin attribute. When the fire poison invades the heart, it will be reflected on the face, causing swelling and pain or petechiae. Men are of the yang attribute. When the fire poison invades the heart, it will appear on the lower part of the body. Therefore, we need to examine the lower part of the body." Yang Fan was not an uneducated commoner. He would not be easily intimidated by this mysterious medical theory. Not only was he educated, the martial arts that he practiced were not ordinary punches and kicks. Instead, they were extremely advanced martial arts. Advanced martial arts were similar to the meridians, tendons, veins, and other medical knowledge. A skilled martial arts expert was at least half a doctor. However, it was not appropriate for Yang Fan to resist. He could only put on the appearance that he was best at. With a bashful face, he tightened his belt and refused to comply. Dr. Jiang became impatient and glared at him, saying angrily, "There is no taboo in treating an illness. It is fine if you are sick, but hiding your illness for fear of treatment is a grave mistake. You are a man, this old man is also a man, what are you afraid of? Hold him down for me and examine him properly." Upon hearing this, the 2 servants standing at the side rushed forward and pressed Yang Fan down on the bed. Yang Gu pounced on him and with a schwa, he tore off the quilt and with a schwa, he swiftly tore off Yang Fan's trousers. Dr. Jiang, the magic hands bring back the spring, fiercely pounced on him. The treatment in the room did not take too long, but the process seemed to be quite complicated. Jiang Suning and Ma Qiao waited at the door. After a while, they heard Dr. Jiang shout, "There is no taboo in treating an illness. What are you struggling for?" After a while, they heard Yang Gu shout, "Don't move, be careful not to break your wound. I just applied medicine. Hold him down, hold him down, hold him down. Not bad, haha, not bad." Jiang Suning and Ma Qiao looked at each other in confusion. Jiang Suning did not know what was going on and could not think of anything else. He only thought that Yang Fan's injury was not as simple as he said and was very worried. Ma Qiao could not help but think too much. There is no taboo in treating an illness. He was stabbed in the shoulder, why would he need to hide from a doctor? Could it be? That Tin Ano actually ran away with someone. Could it be because... The more Ma Chiao thought, the more the door was opened. Dr. Jiang clapped his hands and slowly walked out of the room. Jiang Suning hurriedly asked, "How is Xiao Fan's injury?" Dr. Jiang proudly said, "His injury is not light, but with this old man's magic hands bring back the spring. No matter how serious the injury is, it does not matter. This old man has already left some medicine for him. The white box will be applied externally and the black box will be taken internally. Take it once a day and change the dressing. If he recuperates well, he will recover completely in 10 days to half a month." Dr. Jiang twirled his beard and thought for a while, then said, Later this old man will ask my disciple to send over the fleece flower ointment. Take it once a day and let him take it on time." Fleece flower ointment? Jiang Suning was stunned. He really could not understand why this divine doctor would suddenly change the topic from such a serious injury to hair and eyebrows. Yang Fan was a man, not a girl. Did he need to care so much about hair and eyebrows? Dr. Jiang did not wait for her to ask again, and swaggered out of the courtyard. His disciple followed closely behind. The 2 servants were the last to come out. Miss Kai Yun stood at the door and said that she would visit another day, then hurriedly followed Dr. Jiang out. After getting on the carriage, Kai Yun impatiently asked, "Dr. Jiang, how is it?" Jiang Yechuan shook his head and said, "Its shape is like a pestle. Its color is captivating red. Its head is as big as a mushroom and its stem is tall and straight. Looking at its shape and color, it is hidden like a crouching turtle and erect like an angry frog. Its physique is strong and its kidneys are full of water. It is truly a wonderful thing." Miss Kai Yun listened with bewilderment. She stared at him and asked, "Is it good or bad?" Jiang Yechuan said, "Its shape is majestic and full of capital. To a woman, it is naturally an excellent artifact." Miss Kai Yun understood this time and said with a smile, "Then it's done. Princess will definitely be very happy." Chapter 80. After Dr. Jiang's group left, Auntie Lu, her daughter, and Ma Chiao returned to the room. They couldn't help but anxiously inquire about Yang Fan's condition. Yang Fan answered them carelessly. They helped him clean up the room and prepared breakfast for the next morning. Only then did they all leave. In the past, other people could leave, but with Ma Chiao's temperament, he would always stay and chat with Yang Fan for a while. However, today Ma Chiao also left very straightforwardly. He said that his mother had researched a new money-making gadget and wanted to go home to help. Yang Fan had something on his mind, so he didn't notice Ma Chiao's abnormal behavior and the strange look in his eyes. After they left, Yang Fan calmed down and thought about the purpose of Kai Yun and Dr. Jiang's visit. Yang Fan didn't really believe the reason they gave him. Their diagnosis process was even more unimaginable. That unruly Dr. Jiang didn't seem to care too much about his injuries. Of course, this could also be attributed to his excellent medical skills. These injuries really didn't matter to him. However, he actually cared about whether his eyebrows and hair could grow back as soon as possible. Especially with the absurd reason of fire poison, he forcefully examined his lower body. At first, Yang Fan even suspected that these uninvited guests were sent by Tin Ano. That mysterious woman had left a deep impression on him. Her seemingly omnipotent image was deeply engraved in Yang Fan's heart. However, because of this Dr. Jiang's strange behavior, he gave up on this idea. How could a young girl like Tin Ano incite Dr. Jiang to do such an absurd thing? There were no clues to the origin of this matter. Naturally, Yang Fan couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He simply tossed this matter aside. These were only small matters. As long as he could confirm that the other party had no evil intentions towards him, there would be a day when the truth would be revealed. There was no need to deliberately investigate. What he needed to consider now was the problem of the murderer of the village massacre. Before he died, Yang Mingxing uttered 2 names, Qiu Shenji and Miao Shenke. He had spent nearly a year in Luoyang, and now he had finally taken an important step towards the truth. He believed that even if Qiushenji and Miaoshenka were not the real culprits, they were not far from it. He had heard of the name Qiushenji. There were many legends about the father and son of the Qiu family. Qiushenji was the son of Qiushengong, the founding minister of the Tang dynasty. At the end of the Sui dynasty, Qiushengong gathered his troops and joined Emperor Li Shimin. During the battle with Wang Shichong, Li Shimin's mount, Feng Luzi, was struck by an arrow. Qiushengong gave up his mount to Li Shimin and led the way with his saber. Since then, he became Li Shimin's most trusted general. In the 17th year of Zhenguan, the governor of Daizhou, Lu Lanqing, was accused of treason and sentenced to death. Qiushengong was in charge of supervising the execution. Unexpectedly, on a whim, he dug out Lu Lanqing's heart and liver and cooked it to go with wine, which shocked the world. For this, Li Shimin reprimanded him. Since then, they had been estranged. Qiushengong had 4 sons: Qiushenji, Qiushenfu, and Qiushendang. Among them, the second son, Qiushenji, was the most like his father. Among Qiushengong's 4 sons, he was the only one who inherited his father's kung fu. Today, he still held a military position and was the general of the left guard of golden insignia. Qiushenji was braver and crueler than his father. When he was the general of the left guard of golden insignia, he was ordered to go to Bazhou to monitor the dethroned crown prince Li Xian. When Qiushenji arrived at Bazhou, he immediately forced the dethroned crown prince Li Xian to commit suicide. When he returned to the capital, he said that he misunderstood the Empress Dowager's order. Hundreds of officials were in an uproar and impeached him one after another. Empress Wu saw that she could not offend the public, so she demoted him to Dezhou. But not long after, she restored him to his position. Only then did people realize that the so-called Qiushenji forced the crown prince to commit suicide was actually Empress Wu's order. People often said that even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Empress Wu was even willing to kill her own son, who was under house arrest. It was really rare. Last year, Li Tang, the Prince of Yu, Li Zhen, Li Chong, and the others rebelled against Empress Wu. Qiushenji was ordered to suppress the rebellion. When he arrived with his troops, Li Chong was already dead. There was no more rebellion to suppress. The officials of Boizhou came out to welcome him in plain clothes and surrendered to the imperial court. Qiushenji then ordered all the officials who begged to surrender to be killed and their families destroyed. The victims were more than 1,000 families. Therefore, even though Qiushenji was a military general, he was ranked as the head of the 4 ruthless officials with Zhou Xing, Lai Junqian, Su Yuanli, and the others. His reputation was well known in the capital. It was very normal for such a person to say that he had massacred an entire village. However, Yang Fan could not confirm whether what Yang Mingxing said before his death was true or not. Also, that Miaoshenka, who was he? When Yang Mingxing said those 2 names in despair, Miaoshenka's name was in front of Qiushenji's. At that time, life and death were at stake. A person would not have time to think, so the words he said would be the most direct. At this time, the first person he called out must be someone who was more important than the next person in his mind. A person who was more important than Qiushenji, but he had never heard of him. Who could this person be? Yang Fan gently stroked his injured shoulder and thought to himself, "Looks like I have to find out more about this person's identity. Everything will have to wait until I recover." Just as Yang Fan was thinking, there was a sudden knock on the door. Someone asked, "Is Beta Persei in the room?" Yang Fan heard the voice, and it seemed to be Su Fangjing's voice. He could not help but be surprised. What was he doing here so late at night? Yang Fan sat up and raised his voice. "Is it Su Fangjing? Please come in." The door creaked and Su Fangjing walked in. He turned into the room and saw that Yang Fan was about to sit up. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Hey, you are injured. Don't move. Lie down, lie down." This old man is just here to see you. Su Fangzheng sat on the edge of the bed and inquired about his injury. He then took out a few strings of money from his pocket and said to Yang Fan, Beta Persei, you were injured while working for the workshop. The workshop naturally cannot turn a blind eye to your injury. Don't let people talk behind my back and say that I, Su, am not honest. This money was pooled together by the neighbors. This old man also took some for himself. Take it to recuperate and buy some food to nourish your body. You don't have to worry about the workshop. This old man has already found someone to take your place. Yang Fan said, Many thanks, Basho. My injury will recover in a month or so. At that time, I can work for the workshop again. These days, it really is not suitable for me to work. I can only trouble Basho to arrange someone else. Su Fangzheng laughed and said, No, no, no. When your injury is healed, you can no longer work for the workshop. This small temple of ours, ha ha ha. Yang Fan's expression changed slightly. He said, Is Basho going to quit my job? Su Fangzheng hurriedly waved his hand and said, Hey, you must not misunderstand. Am I that kind of person? Don't worry. As long as you are willing to work as a workshop attendant, you can naturally come back at any time. This old man welcomes you. It's just that. Su Fangzheng gave him a meaningful look and said with a beaming smile, Out of the depths of misfortune comes bliss. You've hooked up with a noble person. I'm afraid you won't do this kind of job anymore. Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered the sudden appearance of Miss Kai Yun and that Dr. Jiang in the afternoon. He hurriedly said, Su Fangzheng, what do you mean by that? When did I hook up with a noble person? Why didn't I know? Su Fangzheng laughed and said, There are some things that you will naturally understand in the future. This old man can't say too much now. In short, although you've only been in our Xiaowen workshop for a short time, we've lived together as neighbors. Everyone is very harmonious, like a family. No matter how prosperous you become in the future, don't forget about us. Ha ha. As Su Fangzheng said this, he stood up and said, All right, I won't stay any longer. You can rest. If there's anything that's inconvenient, tell me at any time. This old man will help you arrange it. Su Fangzheng finished speaking and left with a beaming smile. He left Yang Fan alone and was even more puzzled. Noble person? When have I come into contact with any noble person? Why would Su Fangzheng care so much for me? As Yang Fan thought about it, he unconsciously thought of Tin Ano. Originally, because of Dr. Jiang's strange actions, he had already rejected this idea. However, he had interacted with him before and was able to invite Dr. Jiang, who was greedy for money, to pay a visit. It seemed that only this mysterious and powerful woman could do it. As for Dr. Jiang inspecting his body, Yang Fan suddenly thought of how the commoner women of the western region would choose a husband for a trial marriage. And when the rich women chose a husband, they would first send a female slave to sleep with the man they liked. This was to confirm that the man did not have any hidden illnesses before they were married. Could it be that Tin Ano wanted to? Thinking of this, Yang Fan's heart thumped and he unconsciously became restless. During the time he spent with Tin Ano, although he always pretended to be ignorant, it was undoubtedly a very interesting and memorable life. That little girl, whose identity was a mystery and who could do anything, had already stealthily entered his heart. At this time, Yang Fan naturally did not have any plans to start a family. The most important thing was to find his enemy and take revenge, and then find his younger sister, Nyonyo. As for the rest, he was still young and could take it one step at a time. Even if he had the conditions, he would not let his family tie him down. But suddenly thinking that there was a very beautiful, very cute girl who was willing to give herself to him, that kind of feeling was indescribably comfortable. Just as Yang Fan was feeling comfortable, there was another knock on the door. A soft voice said, Erlang is at home, this servant has come to enter the room. Miss Xiaodong. Yang Fan was shocked. He quickly crawled back under the covers and closed his eyes, turning into a dying, unconscious appearance. Chapter 81. Miss Xiaodong's affection for him. Yang Fan was very clear in his heart. If others were good to him, he would be good to them. If others liked him, he would naturally like them. However, liking and love were two different things. It was impossible for him to fall in love with someone just because they loved him. He really didn't have any feelings for Miss Xiaodong. However, Miss Xiaodong's deep affection made him feel that he owed her a favor. It was inevitable that he would feel a bit guilty and timid. When he heard that she had come, he didn't know how to face her and could only choose to escape. In fact, this was also a tactful method. The door gently opened and Miss Xiaodong walked in with cat-like step. Even with Yang Fan's hearing, if he didn't listen carefully, he wouldn't be able to hear her. She always walked like this, lightly, as if she was worried that she would trample ants to death. Erlang? Erlang! Xiaodong clearly wanted to wake him up, but it was as if she was afraid of waking him up, so her voice was very soft. Yang Fan closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, trying to keep his breathing steady so that she wouldn't see any clues. The side of the bed slightly sank. Xiaodong sat down on the side of the bed. Yang Fan was still unconscious. After a while, Miss Xiaodong's voice faintly sounded. You just do your job properly. Why are you trying to be a hero? If something really happened to you, would the government care about you for the rest of your life? Young and impetuous, you don't know how to take care of yourself. After a pause, the soft voice sounded again. It's good that you're not awake. Otherwise, this servant would be too ashamed to talk to you. AI. This servant knows that my appearance is ordinary and my mother is especially powerful. My family can only recruit a son-in-law. Erlang is such an outstanding man, how could it be possible? This servant knows. In fact, from the beginning, I knew that it was impossible for me to have the good fortune to be married to Erlang. But once I like someone in my heart, then I like them. This servant really can't think of any reason to like or not like them. 2 streams of tears gently hung on her eyelashes. When she cried, her voice was also very soft. Xiaodong gently wiped away the silent tears on her cheeks with the back of her palm and said in a low voice, Erlang, rest well. If I have time in the future, I will come to see you again. The edge of the bed became lighter as Miss Xiaodong quietly walked out. Yang Fan did not hear the sound of the door closing. After a long time, he quietly opened his eyes and saw that the door had already been closed, very quietly, very lightly. Yang Fan's gaze then shifted to the front of the couch. There was a bamboo basket in front of the couch, and on top of it was a set of brand new clothes. The stitches were fine and neat, and when he gently picked it up, it felt a little warm to the touch. When he looked into the basket, it turned out to be a basket of red-skinned eggs. They were all cooked, and they still carried a sense of warmth. Yang Fan held the clothes and looked at the eggs. For a moment, he was a little dazed. Over the next few days, Yang Fan had been recuperating at home. Ma Qiao's mother and Pasta's mother took turns to come over every day to help him cook, while Ma Qiao and Jiang Suning helped him change his dressing and chatted with him. The neighbors would often come over to help carry a jar of water and chop a pile of firewood. The way these ordinary people communicated with each other was not through romance or drunkenness. Their method was very simple. Although they were all small, unspoken actions, they were very heartwarming. During this period, Miss Kai Yun came over a few more times. Each time, she would bring high-grade tonics that the common people had never heard of. However, Ma Qiao's mother and Pasta's mother did not know how to make these exotic delicacies. They all used the ordinary cooking methods of the common people to make stewed vegetables in an iron pot, which was really a waste of the ingredients. Seeing that Yang Fan's injuries were getting better day by day, Miss Kai Yun was very happy. Although this Miss Kai Yun was a little snobbish and always rolled her eyes at the common people who came to visit the Yang family, she had a good attitude towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan did not show a look of annoyance towards her. He knew that she did not want to be called old, so he always called this big sister in her 30s Miss, which made Miss Kai Yun very happy. It was just that every time Yang Fan asked her about her master's situation, she would always change the topic. Those who could become the master's right-hand man in a rich family were all smart people. They were used to observing people's expressions and listening to their words. Although they were all small characters and it was impossible to play them like fools. Later on, Miss Kai Yun thought that her master thought highly of this handsome young Lang Jun. Once he became successful in the future, he would be very noble. If she could form a friendship with him, there would be many benefits for her in the future. That was why she went against her master's orders and revealed a little information to him. Miss Kai Yun said, "My master had instructed me to not reveal anything now. Once young Lang Jun recovers, my master will invite you for a meeting. Young Lang Jun, rest in peace and recuperate. My master is high up and noble. If you can gain her favor, your future will be limitless. At that time, I hope that Lang Jun will help you." Yang Fan wanted to ask again, but Miss Kai Yun only smiled and did not say anything. Yang Fan had also thought of following her car to find out where she was going, but it was not convenient to follow her in broad daylight. Since this person had put in a lot of effort to form a friendship with him, she would show up sooner or later, so there was no need to rush. More than 10 days later, Yang Fan's wound had already scabbed. Although he still could not use much strength, walking, sitting, lying down, and general movements were no longer a problem. Yang Fan then began to inquire about Miao Shenke's news. He used the excuse that he had been sick for a long time and his qi and blood were weak. He wanted to go out for a walk and exercise, so he left the Shuan workshop and went to Ding Ding Street. The two sides of Ding Ding Street had a total of 16 miles long and a height of 15 feet. It was all-inclusive and had everything. Naturally, there were posters for eyes and ears. Eyes and ears relied on their wide connections and many eyes and ears to help people find information and find friends and relatives. The main business of these people was to help people who came to Luoyang to visit relatives and friends to find the whereabouts of their relatives and friends. This also included helping to find abducted children and women. Yang Fan found the contact information of one of the eyes and ears from the many posters. After finding that person and paying the deposit, they arranged a time and place for their next meeting. 2 days later, Yang Fan left the Shuan workshop again and hurried to the place the two of them had agreed to meet, a small restaurant. This eyes and ears was called Zhao Yu. He was 37 or 8 years old and slightly plump. He had a very mediocre and good-natured face. There was nothing special about him. Yang Fan casually ordered a few dishes and wine. The two of them chose a table in a corner and sat down. "Brother Zhao," Yang Fan said, "I wonder if the matter I entrusted you with has been settled?" Zhao Yu frowned slightly and said, "Brother, this task of yours is not easy. When people want to visit relatives or friends, they always have a name, occupation, and original residence. If we visit their neighbors and investigate their past, as long as the person is still alive, we will be able to find them. But the information you gave me is really too little, only a person's name." "That's right," Yang Fan said with a smile. "It is precisely because it is difficult to find that I have troubled Brother Zhao." Zhao Yu shook his head and said, "Trouble is not a big deal. It is just that in accepting this task of yours, I have expended a lot of effort and entrusted a lot of familiar Yamen petty officials. Fortunately, the name of the person you are looking for is a bit strange, so it is not easy to have the same name as someone else. Even so, I have expended a lot of effort to bribe everyone and ask a lot of people. This time, I won't be able to earn much money from you." "Oh," Yang Fan said knowingly. "If Brother Zhao can find some definite information, I can pay you more." Zhao Yu forced a smile and said, "There is no need to pay more. I will have to return half of my brother's reward. Because I am very ashamed. Although I have found some information about that person, it was only some information. As for his current whereabouts, I am incompetent and have not been able to find out." Yang Fan was taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "No matter. Brother Zhao, tell me whatever information you can find. There is no need to return the original reward. I cannot let Brother Zhao work in vain. Please tell me clearly what expenses you have to pay for your bribing. I will pay for it." Zhao Yu was quite surprised to hear this. He did not expect this employer to be so forthright. He was ashamed and immediately stood up to express his thanks. Yang Fan pressed him to sit down and said, "Brother Zhao need not be so polite. Please sit down and talk. Please tell me in detail what you have found out." Zhao Yu expressed his thanks and sat down. "Actually, it is easy to investigate this Miao Shenke, because his name is easy to remember. Moreover, he has some reputation in the officialdom. Most of the petty officials in the officialdom know this person. When I said I did a lot of useless work and spent a lot of bribing, I was referring to the fact that I wanted to investigate his whereabouts. In the end, no matter how hard I tried, there was no result." Yang Fan nodded. He said, "This Miao Shenke, who is he?" Zhao Yu said, "This Miao Shenke was a jinshi in the first year of Emperor Gaozong's Qianfeng. After he passed the jinshi, he was appointed to the Zhou Wang Fu as a military advisor. This Zhou Wang is the third son of the current Empress Li Xian. He is currently banished to Fangzhou." Zhao Yu had obviously put in a lot of effort to investigate. He spoke very fluently. Later on, Miao Shenke was promoted to Menxia Province's residence officer. After that, he was promoted to writing officer and Grand Literature Library scholar. His career was considered smooth, but it was not an extremely important position. But 3 years ago, a strange expression slowly appeared on Zhao Yu's face. He slowly said, 3 years ago there was suddenly no news of him. I asked many of my friends in the Yamen, but none of them knew. What was even funnier was that when I asked some of my friends, they were surprised at first, but then they suddenly realized that if I hadn't asked, this person would have been forgotten by them." Yang Fan frowned slightly. "What does this mean?" Zhao Yu said, "It means that he gradually disappeared from the officialdom bit by bit." Chapter 82. Hearing this, Yang Fan was enlightened. That's right. With Shenke Miao's official position, if he had died of illness or a sudden death, there would certainly be some rumors in the court. If he had died of illness, the court would have given him a corresponding pension, so he shouldn't have gone unnoticed. If this person was demoted, exiled, returned to his hometown, promoted, or still active in the officialdom, there would always be people who would remember him. Only when he was safe and sound and gradually became inactive in the officialdom would people get used to his non-existence and forget him to the back of their minds. In other words, after this person was conferred the title of Baron 3 years ago, he began to fade away from the officialdom. It took 3 years until everyone got used to his disappearance and completely forgot about him. Zhao Yu said, "That's how it is. I asked many people, and they could still vaguely remember that after Shenke Miao was conferred the title of Baron, he attended a few other officials' banquets and showed his face a few times. After that, he slowly disappeared. Even now, no one knows where he is or what he's doing." "That's all," Zhao Yu said shamefully. "I tried my best, but I couldn't find any more information about this person. I even asked for his address and went there to take a look. That house was empty, with cobwebs hanging high and weeds growing everywhere. It's been a long time since anyone lived there. There wasn't even a servant to take care of it." Zhao Yu said to Yang Fan, "Such a person wouldn't disappear without a trace. But I've asked many people, and indeed, no one knows about his current situation. The only thing I can be sure of is that he's not dead. He's still in Chengdu. As for his whereabouts, I really can't find any information. I'm ashamed." Yang Fan looked at him quietly, and a smile slowly appeared on his face. He patted Zhao Yu's arm and said gently, "Brother Zhao, don't be ashamed. The information you've found is very important. Just this alone is very useful. If I had gone to verify it myself, I wouldn't have been able to find this information. Thank you." As Yang Fan said this, he took out 2 strings of money from his bosom and gently pushed them over. "This is the remaining salary. Please accept it." Zhao Yu's face turned red. "No, no, no. That won't do. Little brother, you're humiliating me. Although I'm just a Jianghu person who runs errands to ask for directions, Jianghu people also have Jianghu people's rules. I didn't complete your request, so I can't accept the money. In business, there are always profits and losses." Yang Fan chuckled and said, "Brother Zhao doesn't need to be courteous. I'm already deeply grateful for what you've done. Please accept this money." After Yang Fan finished speaking, he stood up and said, "Innkeeper Bill." Seeing this, Zhao Yu no longer stood on ceremony and said, "Well, all right, today's meal is on me." Yang Fan said, "All right, then I won't stand on ceremony." Zhao Yu paid the bill and left the tavern with Yang Fan. Yang Fan cupped his fists and said, "Brother Zhao, I will take my leave. You are an honest person. If I need Brother Zhao's help in the future, I will come and bother you again." Zhao Yu cupped his fists and said, I'm ashamed. Watching Yang Fan walk away, Zhao Yu stood where he was and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he took a step forward and chased after him, shouting, "Little brother, please wait." Yang Fan turned around and asked in surprise, "Is there anything else, Brother Zhao?" Zhao Yu said, "Little brother, I have dozens of subordinates working for me to make a living. It's really impossible for me to leave everything behind and specifically help you investigate this person. However, I will instruct the brothers under me that no matter what mission they are on, they will inquire about this matter. Once they find out anything," Yang Fan bowed deeply and said, "Brother Zhao is very considerate." Zhao Yu said, "Little brother, if you say thank you again, I won't be able to put my old face anymore. It's just that once I have any news, I don't know where to go to inform you." Yang Fan's heart was moved. What he was doing really required the use of some spies and eyes. Rather than having to find different spies and eyes every time, he might as well make friends with this Zhao Yu. Looking at Zhao Yu's character and conduct, he was a man worth befriending. Thinking up to this point, Yang Fan said, "Every few days, I will make a trip to Brother Zhao's place. Even if we don't do business, it would be good to visit as a friend." Zhao Yu was overjoyed. "Sure, little brother is a straightforward person. I am willing to make friends with you. Since that's the case, I will take my leave. We will meet again someday." "Thank you for your trouble, Brother Zhao." Yang Fan cupped his fists and watched Zhao Yu stride away before turning to leave. Yang Fan passed through Good Fortune Lane and entered Thought Lane through the south gate. After turning onto the main street, he could hurry back to Xiuwen Lane along Jianchun Avenue. He walked slowly and strolled into Thought Lane. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Focusing his eyes, he saw that it was Ma Qiao. Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. Ma Qiao was sneaking out of a restaurant, his hand subconsciously on his waist. There was no need to ask, he was definitely here to dispose of stolen goods. Yang Fan had been recuperating at home while Ma Qiao had become a lone thief again. Thinking up to this point, Yang Fan suddenly remembered that although Miss Kai Yun often brought some tonics, Auntie Ma often stewed chicken and duck soup for him to nourish his body. The Ma family's situation wasn't too good. It was likely that Ma Qiao had secretly gotten the money to buy meat. Seeing that Ma Qiao had already left, Yang Fan hurriedly followed. Yang Fan quickly caught up to Ma Qiao and suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Ma Qiao had just disposed of the stolen goods when he was suddenly slapped by someone. His body shivered and he almost let out a strange cry. He turned his head and saw that it was Yang Fan. He couldn't help but angrily say, "You scared me to death. Why did you wander here?" Yang Fan said, "Oh, I was bored alone, so I came out for a walk." After saying that, he asked knowingly, "What are you doing here?" Ma Chiao laughed dryly and said, "Oh, there are a few shops selling livestock here. I came to buy a chicken." Yang Fan said, "You're stewing it for me to eat, right? Brother Chiao, look at my body. Although I'm not as sturdy as you, I'm still very sturdy. My wounds have already healed and I feel like I've gained a few pounds of flesh. These days, in order to take care of me, you and Auntie have put in a lot of effort. I'm already very sorry. Your family isn't very well off, so don't continue to buy these things." Ma Chiao said, "What are you saying? My brother is injured and is in a hurry to recuperate. Why should I care about saving money?" Yang Fan laughed and said, "Saving money and waiting to marry a bride. To be honest, you'll be 20 next year and you still haven't found a wife. No wonder Auntie is anxious. You'd better put in more effort and quickly marry a sister-in-law for me. I can't wait for someone to call me uncle." Yang Fan laughed and pulled Ma Chiao out. Ma Chiao couldn't break free from him and could only give up his original plan. The two of them returned to the Xiaowen workshop. Just as they were about to reach the main entrance, a procession suddenly came out from inside. It was a funeral procession. The two of them unconsciously stopped in their tracks. At the front of the procession walked a few Taoist priests, ringing bells and chanting. In the middle of the procession was a Taoist priest wearing an apricot yellow robe and a 5-elder crown on his head. He wore a pair of straw sandals and held a copper coin sword in his hand. He was waving it in the air and chanting. To the left and right of the procession were two green-robed Taoists, each wearing a Hauran scarf. One was carrying a cloud banner and the other was holding a seal. Behind them were a few manservants carrying banners. Behind them, in front of the coffin, the little Miss Xuelian was wearing a linen mourning dress. She wore a mourning scarf on her head and a mourning belt on her waist. She held a memorial tablet in her hand. Beside her was Madame Yang, who was also in mourning. This was the funeral procession for Yang Mingxing. Because the Yang family's case was too important, it wasn't until today that the funeral arrangements could be made. Someone carried a spirit banner and loudly announced the location of the funeral to the departed souls. "Doctor, raise your foot. Let's go out. Let's go over the threshold and onto the bridge. The road is flat. We're on the right path." He led the departed souls forward. Two juniors of the Yang family threw paper money into the sky with all their might. The paper money flew down like snow, drifting in a detached and free manner. It slowly flew to the ground and was calmly stepped on by the funeral procession. It was like the final destination of life, whether you were willing or not, whether you wanted to or not. Little Xuelian's face didn't show any signs of sorrow. Yang Mingxing didn't love her since she was young, and children were very sensitive to this. Although she was young, children relied on their intuition. No words or fake smiles could hide from the eyes of their hearts. However, Yang Mingxing was still her father. Other than feelings, there was also responsibility. She didn't feel sorrow, but she felt hatred. She held the memorial tablet, her little face tense. Perhaps, in her heart, the hatred far surpassed the sorrow of her father's death. Madame Yao, who was walking beside her, was already in her 30s. However, under her mourning clothes, she exuded a different kind of beauty. She looked like a young woman who hadn't even reached her 30s. Her appearance was indeed beautiful. On the side of the road, a bystander who was standing and watching discussed, "Look, that's the Yang family's madam. Oh, she's so young and so beautiful. But, looking at her, she doesn't seem to be sad about her husband's death. Hey, you don't know, they were husband and wife." After a round of whispering, the bystander suddenly realized, "So that's how it is. But today is the funeral, so it's only right to put on an act in front of others." Yang Fan felt a slight sense of admiration for this madam. Some people lived their entire lives because of other people's gazes. This woman might have betrayed her husband, or maybe she had never liked him. She had only given up her own happiness for the sake of her family's development. But she was able to live a magnanimous life, living out her true self. This was also her loveliness. The coffin was carried by 16 people using thick wooden poles. It slowly walked along the bluestone street. Paper money flew up in handfuls and fell piece by piece, just like the fallen leaves on the trees on both sides. It was late autumn. Yang Fan's gaze lightly followed the fluttering paper money. Looking at the falling leaves, he lightly sighed and said to Ma Chiao, "Brother Chiao, let's go. There's no need to look anymore." Just as the two of them were about to leave, the sound of galloping horses' hooves could be heard. Even though they were still a distance away, the sound of hooves clattering on the bluestone street could be heard. A burst of laughter could be heard from afar. The two of them couldn't help but stop and look in the direction of the sound. Chapter 83. In the distance, 30 to 40 stout steeds galloped over. All of the riders were monks with bald heads. Some of them wore gray robes, while others wore red robes. In the middle, there was an exceptionally handsome white horse, and on top of it was a monk. His red robes were half naked, revealing his muscular and beautiful chest. The monk held the reins in one hand and a wine bag in the other. As he spurred the horse forward, he raised his head and gulped down the wine. The sleeves of his red robes were like two red clouds in the wind, causing the falling yellow leaves to dance along with his figure. These 30 to 40 healthy horses suddenly occupied 80% of the spacious street. The funeral procession stopped, waiting for the dissolute monks to make way. Although these monks paraded the street on horses and drank to their heart's content, it was not a good way to go. But death was the most important thing. How could they not want to fight with the dead? Oh no, the funeral procession is still not making way. This is bad. Haha, look, that Taoist priest performing the funeral. Yang Fan took a closer look and saw that the Taoist priest in yellow, who had the demeanor of an immortal, calm and composed, had a look of panic on his face. He held his sword backwards and retreated step by step, as if he wanted to hide behind the coffin. "Stop! Great monk, the dead are respected. You monks, why don't you give way when you see my family's funeral procession? Why are you barging in?" The moment they saw the monks galloping madly towards them, and even though they reined in their horses, they still refused to give way to the funeral procession. The young clansmen who were in charge of the funeral were enraged, and a few of them immediately jumped out and berated the monks loudly. Since ancient times, the dead were respected. Even if a funeral procession and a wedding procession met on the road, the wedding procession would have to make way for the funeral procession. These people in front of them were monks, and they should not be so ignorant of etiquette. Although looking at their rough and unruly appearance, they did not seem to be decent people. However, the Yang family was a family of officials, and they had the right to respect the dead, so they were not afraid. Those monks were just about to lash their whips and berate them, but they didn't expect to be reprimanded by these people who were wearing mourning clothes. They couldn't help but laugh in anger. One of them was about to lash out with his horsewhip, but at this moment, he retracted it and said to the red-robed monk in the middle with a grin, "Master, this family wants us to make way for them." The monk in the big red kasaya burped and looked forward with his drunken eyes. When he saw the situation in front of him, he immediately frowned and said repeatedly, "What bad luck, what bad luck! Why did I run into a funeral procession? When I go out, I see a coffin, and I get promoted. There are no taboos." The monk was dressed in a large red kasaya, and it was obvious that he was a monk with a very high status. However, not only was he riding a horse and drinking alcohol, the words he spoke were no different from those of a scoundrel in the marketplace. The red-robed monk said, "Hurry up and tell them to cross." "Is the one performing the ritual a Taoist priest?" The monk was just about to wave his hand to call the funeral procession when he suddenly saw the two little Taoist priests holding seals and flags. He couldn't help but stare at them and ask loudly. A monk next to him said, "Master, you have a good eye. Those are the two little Taoist priests." The red-robed monk laughed and scolded, "Good your mother! They are wearing Taoist robes, and I am not blind. How can I not see them?" As he said this, he tilted his leg and straightened his back. Without holding the saddle, he jumped down from the horse. His movements were actually very agile and neat. The monk unscrupulously rushed into the crowd, stared at the two little Taoist priests, and asked loudly, "Just you two little guys, how can you perform the ritual? Where is your master?" At this time, an elder of the Yang family wanted to step forward and scold them, but someone next to him suddenly pulled him and whispered a few words into his ear. This person's expression changed, and he actually took a few steps back. Yang Fan and Ma Chiao saw clearly from the side, and couldn't help but be more curious about the identity of this monk. Yang Fan carefully looked at this monk, and saw that he was about 30 years old, tall and handsome, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, a straight nose and a wide mouth. His clothes were spread open, revealing a body full of strong muscles, and the lines of the muscles between his chest and abdomen were abnormally healthy. Such a majestic man looked like a Vajra warrior monk from a temple. "Where is your master? Call him out." The monk placed his hands on his waist and shouted loudly. In a moment, the old Taoist hiding behind the coffin was pulled out by a few grey-robed monks. Looking at this old Taoist carefully, this old Taoist was quite handsome. An apricot yellow Taoist robe, a crown on his head, a pair of green cloth shoes on his feet, a copper coin 7-star sword in his hand, and a beard under his chin. His appearance was simple and unsophisticated, revealing an elegant and graceful air. Ma Chiao whispered to Yang Fan, "Who is this monk? Why is that old Taoist so afraid of him? Could it be that he owes him money?" Yang Fan shook his head, but he had already guessed something in his heart. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Watch carefully, I'm afraid there's going to be a show." The old Taoist looked embarrassed. Seeing the big monk with loose clothes, he went forward and bowed, and said the name of Taoism, "Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai, I'm Yizhua, the head of Hong Shou Temple. Greetings, Master Huai." When the disciples of the Three Pure Ones saluted, they often sang Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai or Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai. If a good believer encountered misfortune, they would sing Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai or Supreme Heavenly Lord Tai. This kind of salutation was used until the end of the Qing dynasty and the Republic of China. Later, due to the work of storytelling, it was falsely called Boundless Heavenly Lord. In fact, the word boundless came from Buddhism, not from Taoism. Taoism often used supreme, supreme, and supreme to express the supremacy of Tao. The big monk laughed and said, "Do you know me?" The old Taoist said, "Master Shui is famous in Luojing, how can I not know you?" Monk Huai looked up to the sky and laughed. He asked proudly, "Old Taoist, this Taoist priest will perform rituals for people to expiate the dead. We monks will also perform rituals for people to expiate the dead. Old Taoist, tell me, are monks better at performing rituals or Taoist priests better at performing rituals?" This Taoist Yizhua was put in a difficult position. He knew the real identity of the monk, so he didn't dare to offend him. However, the monk's question was not just a matter between the two of them, but a battle between Buddhism and Taoism. Since the founding of the Tang dynasty, Tang Gaozu Li Yuan respected Laozi as the ancestor of his family. He claimed to be the descendant of Laozi and worshipped Taoism. He regarded Taoism as the family religion of the dynasty and issued an imperial edict. Among the three religions, Taoism was the most respected, followed by Confucianism and Buddhism. In the first year of the Qianfeng era, Tang Gaozu Li Ji respected Laozi as the supreme Xianyuan emperor. In the end, Gaozu died of illness and Empress Wu became the emperor. Because Taoism and Li Tang were one, Empress Wu made great efforts to win over Buddhism in order to build her own power. She worshipped Buddhism, and the status of Buddhism rose day by day. At present, it had already impacted the status of Taoism as the national religion. Now that the big monk had raised such a question, although the old Taoist was afraid of him, he didn't dare to give in. Taoist Yizhua thought about it and braced himself to say, "Well, there doesn't seem to be anything to compare. Buddhism and Taoism should have their own strength. Monk Huai raised his eyebrows and smiled evilly. My Buddhism mostly prays to Buddha and chants sutras to eliminate the sins of the dead. Relying on Buddhist power to save the dead, they will be reborn in the pure land of Buddhism, leaving the bitter sea of life and death reincarnation in the three realms and reborn in the Western paradise. I wonder how your Taoism does it? Taoist priest Ijwa said, when we Taoists fairy souls, we mostly use Taoist techniques to build path-opening Tao grounds, lotus lantern Tao grounds, wound-plucking Tao grounds, treasury-filling Tao grounds, and virtue Tao grounds. We worship Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord and fairy souls to the Eastern world of eternal happiness. Monk Huai said, my Western paradise is a dignified, pure, and equal world built by the Western Buddha, Amitabha. The Western paradise is 28 floors high and has Amitabha, Guanyin, and Mahasthamaprapta to help the dead ascend. The souls of the dead are attached to the lotuses in the seven treasures pool and turn into arhats. What about your Eastern paradise? Taoist Ijwa knew that continuing to argue with this unreasonable monk would not end well, but he had no choice but to argue. He frowned and said, my Taoism has the pure land of eternal life. It has 36 layers and is specialized in saving the souls of the dead. It is the best method for the soul to be reborn. Monk Huai scratched his bald head and muttered, why is it 8 more floors than my Western paradise? In my Western boundless world, one Buddhist land is equivalent to 3,000 boundless world. So, my 28 levels contain even more people than your 36 levels. Taoist Ijwa could only smile bitterly. I've never been to the Western paradise, so I can't verify what Master Huai said. Seeing that he didn't dare to argue anymore, Monk Huai said proudly, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of my Buddhism are powerful and don't fall into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Your Taoism is only an immortal, so your abilities are naturally inferior to my Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Taoist Ijwa mustered up his courage and said, the immortals of my Taoism aren't immortals of Buddhism. Taoist immortals, regardless of whether they're innate or acquired, once they become immortals, they're free from the restrictions of external objects, not to mention karma. They don't fall into the cycle of reincarnation. As for Buddhism, according to what I know, there's no such thing as the 6 paths of reincarnation in the ancient Buddhist scriptures. It's only after Buddhism spread to the eastern lands, Monk Huai flew into a rage and grabbed him by the collar. Preposterous! Are you saying that my Buddhism stole your Taoism's teachings and expanded the 5 paths into the 6 paths to raise our status? Taoist Ijwa was shocked to see him so angry. He could only swallow his anger and say, Master Shui, you've misunderstood. Maybe I'm wrong in my understanding. Chapter 84. While Monk Huai and Taoist Ijwa were fighting, the entire funeral procession stopped there. The coffin had not been carried to its destination, so it could not fall to the ground. The strong men carrying the coffin were fine at first, but later on, they were exhausted and miserable. But at this time, the whispers of the crowd had already revealed the identity of this great Master Huai, so they did not dare to step forward to argue. Monk Huai was originally a monk halfway through his life, so he was ignorant and incompetent. It was just that he had been a monk for a long time, so he more or less knew some of the teachings of Buddhism. However, if he really wanted to argue with Taoist Ijwa, he naturally wouldn't be his opponent. At this moment, Taoist Ijwa was showing weakness, and he knew that he was afraid of his identity. Thus, he didn't argue with him anymore. Instead, he said rudely, Old Taoist, tell me, between Grandpa Rilai and Grandpa Laojun, who is more powerful? The monk's words were neither fish nor fowl. Even Tathagata was respectfully addressed as Grandpa. Fortunately, although he belittled Taoism, he dared not be too rude to Lao Dan, the supreme Taoist lord. Therefore, he addressed Lao Dan as Grandpa. Taoist Ijwa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At that time, the immortals of Buddhism and Taoism had not been confused by so many novels. In Taoist mythology there were no Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and in Buddhist scriptures, there were no immortals like the three pure ones. How could he compare them? Taoist Ijwa stammered and couldn't reply. Monk Yi said proudly, from the looks of it, you admit that Grandpa Lai is more powerful than Grandpa Old Lord? At this moment, more and more people gathered on the street to watch the commotion. Taoist Ijwa knew that if he continued to argue, he would be the one to lose face in the end. He really didn't want to argue with this kind of unreasonable person anymore, so he just gave in and let him leave. Thus, he gritted his teeth and said, "Come to think of it, as Master said, Rulai's mana is more powerful than Lao Jun's." Monk Yi laughed out loud and said, "Since Grandpa Lai is more powerful than Grandpa Old Lord, why are you still worshipping Celestial Venerable? Why don't you join my Buddhism and worship Buddha?" Taoist Ijwa exclaimed, "How can we do that? Buddhism is Buddhism and Tao is Tao. I am a disciple of Taoism, so how can I convert to Buddhism?" Monk Yi waved his hand and said, "What Buddhism and Taoism? Since Grandpa Old Lord isn't as good as Grandpa Rulai, let's invite Grandpa Rulai to sit on the first golden seat and Grandpa Old Lord to sit on the second golden seat. Buddhism and Taoism are one family and everyone will be happy. Today, I will accept you as my disciple. Men, shave my disciple's head." Immediately a few monks rushed out, grabbed Taoist Ijwa, snatched his 7 stars sword, took off his 5 mountains Taoist crown, tore off his dark yellow robe, and pressed him to the ground. They even brought along a shaving kit. Monk Yi personally took the razor and began to shave Taoist Ijwa on the street. Before long, the sage-like Taoist Ijwa had turned into a bald old novice monk. Because he had just entered the sect, he did not even have a burn scar on his head. Naturally, he was just a novice monk. This scene not only dumbfounded the passers-by, but even the funeral procession was tongue-tied. Shuelyan was still young, so when she saw Taoist Ijwa, who had used the 7-star steps and brandished the 7 stars sword, turn into a bald monk in just a moment, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this time, there were already countless people snickering on both sides of the road. Monk Yi called for a monk's robe and gave it to Taoist Ijwa to change into. At this time, Taoist Ijwa's 2 disciples were also pressed to the ground and had their heads shaved in a flurry. They had become 2 genuine novice monks. Monk Yi looked at them and said with satisfaction, "They look much better now. You 2 continue with your ritual. Don't delay the burial of the deceased. Hongyi, Honglu, you 2 follow them. Once they finish their ritual, bring them back to the White Horse Temple to see me. From then on, they will be part of the White Horse Temple." Ha 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 ha. Amidst the laughter, Monk Yi leaped onto his horse and swaggered through the funeral procession with a whip. Hongyi and Honglu, the 2 green-robed monks, crossed their arms and stood in front of Taoist Ijwa. Monk Ijwa. They slanted their eyebrows and said, "Go on, go on. You have accepted their money, so you should at least do a good job at their funeral. Won't you ruin the reputation of our White Horse Temple?" Taoist Ijwa wanted to cry but had no tears. He had become a monk since he was a child, and had been a Taoist his whole life. Now that he had mysteriously become a monk, he could only wave the 7 stars sword in shame and continue with the ritual. Monk Hongyi said, "Hey, why are you still fiddling with the 7 stars sword? You are a monk now." Ijwa covered his face with his sleeve and whispered to him, "I am ashamed." Hongyi interrupted him, "Junior Marshal Brother, there are 15 of us now. You have just entered the sect, so you are ranked 16th. We are all from the Hong generation, so you are the 16th. You have to call us Senior Marshal Brother." Taoist Ijwa lowered his head and said with tears in his eyes, "Senior Marshal Brother, I don't know how to chant the Buddhist rebirth mantra." Hongyi rubbed his nose and asked the monk beside him, "Hong Lu, do you know how?" Hong Lu said, Bulsh *t. How would I know how? He waved his hand and said, all right, do what you know. Continue with the ritual and follow us to see Master. Taoist Ijua had no choice but to continue with the ritual. A bald monk wearing a grey robe walked in the 7 stars steps and waved the 7 stars sword while chanting, the 3 pure ones, the merciful Lord of the 3 realms, the Taoist scripture master, great heavenly venerable Bao, under the auspicious light, Luo Feng, welcome the dead to the shore. The clouds have descended, the cranes have arrived, the Dharma assembly has begun, the 8 trigrams are hanging high. Under the shocked gazes of the passers-by, a few monks chanted the Taoist scripture of salvation and led the funeral procession along Jianchun Street toward the Jianchun Gate. Some of the commoners on the street did not know the identity of the monk, so they could not help but click their tongues in wonder and ask about it. Someone said, "Who is that monk? Why is he so domineering? He has many disciples, and none of them seem to be good people. That old Taoist is afraid of being at a disadvantage, so he tolerated it. However, the funeral is being held by Yang Longzhong's family. Why did he swallow his anger? Heh. You're really ignorant and ill-informed. Didn't you hear that old Taoist call that monk Master Huai? Didn't you hear that monk say that he came from the White Horse Temple? Who do you think he is? Could it be that monk is Xue Huai? Shu. Do you have the right to call out her name? What kind of person is he? Even the Empress's nephews, Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi, have to respectfully call him Master Xue. Not to mention that Yang Longzhong is already dead. Even if Yang Longzhong was still alive, he wouldn't dare to point fingers in front of this master." As the crowd spoke, they revealed the story of the abbot of the White Horse Temple. It turned out that the monk's surname was Xue, and his Buddhist name was Huai. His real name was Feng Xiaobao. He was originally a Jianghu man who played with spears and rods and sold medicine on the streets of Luoyang. Because of his strong physique and handsome appearance, he later became Wu Zetian's gigolo by chance. Wu Zetian was very happy to have such a young and strong man like Feng Xiaobao. However, as a man in his prime, entering and leaving the palace would inevitably cause criticism. Li Tang's royal family was either good Taoists or good Buddhists. It was common for eminent monks of both the Buddhist and Taoist sects to enter and leave the palace. Thus, Wu Zetian had an idea and asked him to become a monk. With a decree from Wu Zetian, the abbot of the White Horse Temple in Luoyang gave his position to Feng Xiaobao. Wu Zetian herself attached great importance to family status. Her Wu family was originally a noble family in Guanlong. Because she loved Feng Xiaobao very much, she was afraid that he would be despised by others because of his lowly background. Thus, she thought of a way to change his name to Xue Huai. This way, he would be connected to her daughter, Princess Taiping's husband, Xue Xiao, and become a member of the Xue family. Xue Xiao would also have to respectfully call him uncle. This Xue Huai worked for Empress Wu not only on the bed, but he also did a few big things. One of them was the construction of the Ming Hall. The Ming Hall was recorded in the Confucian classics as the place where the Son of Heaven set up the court. To Wu Zetian, the construction of the Ming Hall was not as simple as a building. It had a deep political significance. This huge project was designed and supervised by Xue Huai. Of course, the specific design was naturally done by specialized craftsmen. Although Xue Huai was ignorant and incompetent, he had many wonderful ideas. Ming Hall was built in a grand, magnificent, and extraordinary manner. It was a total of 30 floors tall, and it became the largest palace building in the history of the Chinese server. Xue Huai used less than a year to build such a huge building. Moreover, he also built an even taller heaven behind the Ming Hall. How big and how tall was this heaven? The heaven had a total of 5 stories. By the time he reached the 3rd story, it was already above the Ming Hall. In the heaven, there was a large Buddha. It was built according to Wu Zetian's appearance. This large Buddha's little finger could hold dozens of people. Many readers might have seen the glory of this large Buddha in the movie Di Renjie and the Empire of Tongtian. And this large Buddha was placed in the heaven. It was easy to imagine how big the heaven was. Recently, Xue Huai became even more powerful. At the beginning of the year, Wu Zetian appointed him as the chief of the Xian Ping Road army to fight against the Turks. Xue Huai was just a medicine seller. The generals under him were not to be trifled with. When the Turks heard that the Tang army was coming, they avoided fighting. Xue Huai really wanted to fight with the Turks. However, after wandering in the grasslands for a few months, he could not find any trace of the enemy. He could only return in triumph. Because of this contribution, Wu Zetian gave him the title of second-rank great general who supports the nation. He became even more arrogant. Perhaps it was because Empress Wu was busy with state affairs. She did not summon him to the palace for a long time. Feng Xiaobao dared to do other things, but he did not dare to wear a green hat on Wu Zetian. As a strong man, what else could he do? He could only summon a group of ruffians he was familiar with to the White Horse Temple to shave their hair and eat meat and wine every day. Since he became a monk, he could not bear to see others grow their hair. He could not do anything to ordinary people, but he could not shave millions of people in Luoyang and make them bald. So he vented his anger on the Taoists. Of course, Xue Huai had other intentions. Although he looked rough, he was actually a very smart man. He knew that the Taoists were closely related to Li Tang's royal family and were protecting Li Tang. Empress Wu wanted to remove Li Tang's life, so she needed to promote Buddhism and suppress the Taoists. He did this to create support for Wu Zetian. Because of this, ever since he returned to Luoyang, he rode the streets every day. As long as he saw a Taoist, he would catch him to shave his head and become a monk. This news had gradually spread. That Taoist Ijua, the head of Hongsho Monastery, had already heard about it. So when he saw Xue Huai, he subconsciously wanted to hide. He did not expect that he would still fall into Xue Huai's hands. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao followed the crowd into the square. Along the way, they talked about Xue Huai's anecdote. Yang Fan did not think that he would have any interaction with this monk in the future, so he did not take it to heart. The only thing he wanted to find was the whereabouts of Miao Shenke.